Frome Fair to be exact. Dave's just setting up. So I will just hold on to you for now. So you can see all the Frome goers on their merry fair.
Victoria!
Just setting up our flyers, getting ready. Hope you all are having a good day today. Or good morning, I suppose. It's quite early for us. Well, not too early, but early enough. Busy today. This is the busiest we've seen it. We've been here a few times, but never seen it like this. Are you back to Hyde Park? Well, this is Frome at the moment, Frome Town Centre. Yeah, we haven't been to London proper in a while. Soon, probably. At the moment, we're pretty close to Glastonbury, Frome, obviously, because we're here now, and whatnot. So that's kind of where Dad's focusing his efforts. But yes. God, look at that! So many people. No problem. Happy to help. Any opening words?
Earth is not a spinning rock.
There you go.
Rocks don't float. Nor do gas giants coalesce under their own mass. Trust me, I've farted before.
Hello, Martin. Nice to see you.
Martin Leaker?
Yeah, Martin Leaker.
Hello, brother.
Yeah, very busy. This is the busiest we've seen it.
We came in there when we first.
Good day for activism. Nice wall.
Okay, and so
Here we are. The setup is complete. We've been working on some new banner designs, but they're still in the works at the moment. Sorry. Shot being set up.
I can't believe anybody has got that many spelling mistakes. It's horrific. I can't believe it. You better delete that bit.
No, it's alright. I'm sure we're gonna hear a lot worse in this stream.
Just religion on earth there, you know?
Oh, we're attracting eyes already. Very nice. Serving its purpose nicely. Ought to be a promising day.
And then measure the resistance. It's going to be very low, around, I'm guessing, 3 volts.
Yes, this is a very good spot. We looked at a few. There was one a bit further back, but there was too much music, so we chose to go here instead. Out of the way, but still within enough view that there's a lot of attention. So. Yeah, so many people. It's quite crazy, actually.
Homes. That would tell you.
It is, actually. I noticed that as well. Very similar to Glastonbury. A lot of these towns in this area are quite similar. They bear a striking resemblance to each other.
Take a flyer. An electromagnetic realm, not a material realm like the science and all that. It seems to tell you that we're not moving. There's no movement that can be measured scientifically or physically. Curvature of water can never be proven. Over a rock, they say, it's 25,000 miles in circumference. There should be measurable curvature that we can go out and test for ourselves. 8 years ago, I heard there was a formula for the curvature of water over a ball, and it's meant to be 8 inches per mile squared. I've gone out to test it. Water is level. Water is level, and we live in like one big bowl of water, one big lake, with the continents in the middle. But that's only the material part. There is an electromagnetic story, which has you and you at the center. So on my little poster there, a flyer, I put you in the middle of an electromagnetic torus. You are the center of that torus. Yeah, electromagnetic toroidal system. Just think about what you see in nature. You see oranges, apples, and all pumpkins, whatever. Well, if you cut that right through the middle and you find where, let it fall open, where the seed pods are, that's our continents. and at the microscopic level, where the sea parts are, is your body. You are a much bigger electromagnetic system, and then the physical part of you is this avatar that I can see in front of me. The same is true with the universe. The universe is like this big electromagnetic torus, and right in the center there's this accretion disk or creation disk, which is what we call Earth. And we can stand on it, but we can't stand underneath it. That's just impossible.
So do you think the Earth's flat? Is that?
I think that the oceans are flat. The ocean sea level is one level.
Because I was asking you this the other day, right? So if the ocean sea level is flat, what do you think we're on the
Well,
works
I mean,
like?
I would...
Because I was going to say, like, what do you think, if it's flat, then what's the end?
Yeah, well, we don't know
What do you think? Like, because I was literally asking about this the other day.
Okay, so...
Obviously, neither of us actually...
You know, well, it's good that you're asking the question.
But I just thought...
Yeah. So I say look into nature. Like, if you look at the orange, for example, then the peel of the orange is like the exterior of the orange. And if you were a cell inside that orange, you wouldn't be able to get out of the peel, right? You're sort of trapped inside of the orange itself, if you're one tiny cell inside the orange. And that's what I think that we are. We live inside of some dome or circular spherical thing that we can't get out of. We can't get through the roof. We can only drill 8 miles down into the ground. And the Antarctic Treaty, which was signed in 1956 by most countries, prohibits us from going beyond the 70th parallel. So we think there's an ice ring, if you like. Everything gets super cold the further away you go from the center. Let's just say I've got a fire in the middle of your lounge. The further away you go from the fire, the colder it becomes, right? Well, our sun is at the equator, which is the center, the equatorus, equal torus, the point of the center. Our sun is there, and the further you go away, well, you get to England, you get to Sweden, you get to even colder and colder places until we can't travel any further. So we think that the conditions become uninhabitable for human machines or bodies or whatever. So we think there's like water has to be contained. You know that if you had a glass of water and I broke it, that water would run out the glass. It has to be contained. If you break a dam, the water will flow downhill. So we know that we can't live on a ball because the water would simply flow off the side of it. But for this idea of this theory of gravity, because if I drop my pencil on the floor, water's going to stick to the underside of my feet. It doesn't work like that. Water will run downhill. So the idea that there's
but isn't that to do with like centrifugal force or something?
That's what we're taught. That's what we're taught. But remember, if it's truly centrifugal force, then centrifugal force is trying to push you outwards. Like if you've ever been on that fun fair ride where they spin you and you can stick to the back of it. You know the one I mean?
Yeah.
Well, if I took away the wall of that centrifuge, you'd fly off. But they teach you when you're 5, 7 years old at school, they say, but this gravity is going to do everything that the bucket and the string, which is what the teacher will do. She'll swing a bucket and a string around like this, like my science teacher did. And I go, okay, well, if you say so. I don't know how gravity can be a bucket and a string. Gravity is just something salty. So gravity, everything in our environment has a density in a certain buoyant environment. Like a football will fall to the floor and it'll float on the water. If I push that football under the water, what's it trying to do? It's trying to get back to its natural buoyancy. Same with helium. If I let the helium balloon go, poof, up it goes until it finds its natural buoyancy, and then that's where it will settle. So everything in our world works on strata, layers, and it all seems to me to be flat. We can't show it any other way. So water must be contained. So I say shrink the Earth down into like an Olympic-sized swimming pool. You could put continents around that, like they used to do on, I think it was Channel 4, one of them used to do a weather report where the guy would run around on these foam, in a swimming pool, on these foam blocks that were meant to represent Britain. And he'd run around on that. Well, that's the same as what the flat Earth is that it's a contained body of water with rocks that we can go around. And so on the west coast of England and the east coast of England, aside from tidal variation, the sea level is the same. So like teacher did, she would draw water like this and then go, here's your land mass, and then water like that. And that's all we got. It's like take a boulder and drop it into your swimming pool, and all the way around you've got 6 inches of rock sticking out. Well, you have the same level of water all the way around that rock. And the same is true with the Earth. Now, ancient cultures knew this, by the way. Even the Bible talks about an Earth that's not moving. It has a dome, a roof. And in thermodynamics, we know that in order to build up pressure in a steam engine, in a deodorant can, in a Coke can, whatever, we have to have containment. If I took the lid off, punctured the can,
You wouldn't have,
immediate dissipation into the environment. Some things would go up, heavier gases would settle down. And that's so we say there has to be, like the Bible says, not that I'm promoting any religion, but like the Bible said, and all ancient cultures said that Hopi, it doesn't matter which ones you look at, they all said we were inside some kind of system, not on the outside of it.
So why do you think that we've been told?
Okay.
Otherwise?
Well,
like, just your personal opinion.
well,
like
okay, so I'm glad you asked that question.
What is gained from not knowing?
Yeah. Well, I get asked that question by the time people are like, okay, that's enough information. I don't want to hear any more, because you need to go and research this for yourself before you're ever going to take 20, 30, 40
I'm
years
just
of the brain washing.
interested to your
Great question.
personal.
Great question.
Shut you out,
Yeah.
because I find it interesting to hear.
Well, I say in the same way as we've been given religions, Islam, Christianity, Judaism, these are competing with each other. So what would they be doing that for? But to control people, to have people in some kind of mind control program. So I think that we've been mind controlled in order to contain us, constrain us. Now, at a very simple level, it's because this is a prison and they want you to be a tax slave. But at the esoteric level, I think it's because you are the spiritual essence of the Creator. You are God expressing itself in human form, in this avatar form. And they don't want us to know that.
Some religions actually think that is sort of like well, maybe it's not religion, but like forms of spirituality that like you are the soul,
correct,
and not your reproductive justice. You know what I mean? Like the soul, and you are everything that you need within yourself. So basically, you are in itself God without being like
the micro of the macro.
Yeah.
You are everything. It's just like coming back to the orange. You know, like that tiny little cell in the orange I was referring to just now. Well, if you took that tiny little cell out of the orange, it would be perfectly orange in every aspect: flavor, color, taste, the lot. That's perfectly orange, just tiny. Well, I think that each of us is the micro of this world, and whatever the Creator is, whatever God, Allah, whatever name you give to that, it's expressing itself through you.
yeah.
And I think that a lot of people knew this truth, but over the last few centuries, that truth has been occulted, watered down, diminished, demeaned. So there's 1.5 billion Muslims, 2 billion Christians. So the majority of people on earth are of that view that there was some other dude more important than them. And the majority of people have become atheistic or agnostic, which is why they prefer the idea that there's aliens, that we somehow got to be a lucky strike, billions of years of evolution. Dinosaurs had to go away before marsupials could become apes and eventually evolve into you, rather than you were created intentionally as perfect as you are. You didn't need billions of years of evolution for us to get to this point. And I think what they're wanting to do is they're wanting to take the human story in a retrograde or like a retarded way, rather than us becoming our higher selves, walking in our highest way. And this is why I think that we go to war with each other. This is why they can have borders and say, you can't come to my place. And so they use that as a dialectic to control us. I mean, the Muslim-Christian thing was what got me started, trying to figure out what kind of God would author a system where people were like unclear about who God is and what God is and our place, and that we could go to war and all that sort of stuff. I personally went to war in 1987 in a country called Angola. It was my country I grew up in. So we have to be frightened of this communism that's coming up. We have to do national service. But I would never go to war, my brother. God's, one golden rule is to do no harm. But look at us. I saw a newspaper article today, or should we be, people are wanting to sign their name on bombs that are going to be dropped on the Russians. And then, so how do I do this? But I minimize you and think we're simply apes that fight each other, rather than, wow, we are God's essence, and we can live, if we want to, at a very high level of consciousness, a very high level of love, and all that kind of thing. yeah, I think it's a dialectic. Some people say that it's actually a life test. That it's a soul test, that you sort of you need to go through the fire in order to harden yourself. So you have the choice of either getting caught up with the 7 deadly sins. I'm just going to sit here and waste my life on Netflix or whatever, greed, all these sorts of things. I'm going to work for a corporation that's poisoning people, all that kind of thing, yeah. Or you kind of go, no, I've come through that test. Like I say to people, if you want to be the captain of a ship, you need to have gone through all the stages, worked in the engine room, worked in the navigation room, gone through sea sailing at night, bad storms, and until you've done all of that, you will always know that you haven't actually earned your captaincy because you haven't been through the toughest of experiences. And so in some ways, I think that this is meant to be like this. So I'm not saying it's bad, but it does have us at loggerheads with each other. So if you want to get caught up in some religion and that's where you get held, then I think that the NASA thing is a religion, a belief system in things that you and I can't prove for ourselves. We have to trust that 12 Apollo astronauts walked on the moon. Then that's a belief system that's going to constrain you. Can you work it out? I used to believe that we went to the moon. I did. And once I started learning this stuff, like, we are the center of creation. Each of us is the purpose and the reason. But if you want to learn this lesson in this lifetime, great. Perhaps if we don't, we recycle and we keep learning until we move progressively up the consciousness towards closer to God, or eventually maybe we sit alongside of God, as some people say. How that exactly works, of course, I can't say. I just know for sure that we've been tricked on a massive scale. We were in 2020 with the flu, and now, which for me just adds more fuel to the fire. A lot more people can see now that we are being tricked, and that you can't trust the authorities. And this is one of the big things that we're given, and it's from childhood. Here's a globe. You live here. You live there. Other people live over there. But relativity puts us all on top, which is why we always think that the ships are going over. But if I was going over and down to France, I'd have to come back up again. And that's not how it would seem. Because if you went over to France, you say, oh no, that ship's going down too. And one of the big proofs that we live on the globe is that the ships are going over. And of course, I've tried to measure that. And with high-powered cameras, we can actually zoom in on ships that have long gone over the horizon. You can go up in a plane after a ship left half an hour and you go, oh, there's the ship again. And it's on what seems to be flat water. So no, we know that for sure. I know for sure we're being tricked. The big question is why.
Okay,
Hello, mate.
Nice to meet you.
Just so that you're aware.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Whoa!
No, sorry. Just so that you're aware, if they have an emergency and call an ambulance, they're also putting it to here. So
It's fine.
if you can just find out for that.
Absolutely. If there's an emergency.
Nice to chat to you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Who would I speak to about that?
So the manager of the Blue House, it's Arm's house,
Okay.
has elderly residents living in there.
Well, I mean, because I'm not inside.
No, but you're on private land.
Right now?
Yes, this fifth view is
Okay. Well, if they come and speak to me about it, then that's fine. All right.
Thank you.
Let's. Any questions for you guys on my banner?
I'm alright, thanks. I'm amazed.
Amazed? Good. Well, it's time to put the amazement aside and start working out for sure that we can prove we don't live on a globe. Water is always level. Water will always settle level. There's one sea level on Earth. There's one sea level on Earth. Tidal variations aside. And we've got no scientific experiment that proves that we are spinning. Only NASA, which is like a form of religion, will prove to you that we are spinning. This cannot be proven. Still trying to get on my grill. Any questions for you guys? We never landed on the moon. That's very easy to debunk. I invite you to go and check this stuff out for yourselves. I can't force you to change your belief system. But the truth is that you are the center of creation. But this agnostic or atheistic belief that we come from monkeys or apes is complete nonsense. The Creator intended for you to be as created, as beautiful as you are, perfect as you are. You cannot throw a grenade into a scrapyard and expect a Ferrari to drive out the other side. Big Bang was invented by a Catholic priest. Big Bang was invented by a Catholic priest. It's all against the Creator. It's all against who and what we truly are. We are the source, and we are having this beautiful divine experience, but it has been controlled by governments of the world ever since. Some information for you guys. Don't be frightened of information. Water is always level. The sea is always going to be level. Hello, my friend.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Thank you.
There's no scientific experiment that shows we are spinning and your senses tell you you're not moving. It's the sun and the stars that are moving above your head. The sun and the sun rises. It's not the earth rolling. If anyone thinks the earth is rolling, why don't you point to me the direction the earth is rolling in? 1,000 miles an hour, we're meant to be rolling at 1,000 miles an hour. Can anyone prove that? Even Einstein said you can't prove that we're moving. It's the star that's moving, not the earth. Take some information. Free your mind. You are being enslaved by dogma and misinformation. Earth is not a spinning space rock. Outer space is fake. Thermodynamics demands enclosure. Like the Bible says, the earth is set upon pillars. It is not moving, and there is a firmament. There is a roof above us. And that roof cannot be pierced, not by NASA, not by anyone. We've been lied to since birth. Can you free your mind? Not for everyone. As Mark Twain says, it's easier to fool a man than convince a man that he's been fooled. And in times of insane deceit, people will hate those who tell the truth. So if you're feeling any hate towards me, it's because you are deceived, my friends. My brothers and sisters in the Creator, we cannot prove that we live on a spinning rock. How do you prove that? Einstein himself said there is no earthbound experiment that will prove that we are moving. There is no earthbound experiment that proves we are moving, and water is always going to find its level. Lakes are going to be parallel to the next lake and parallel to the ocean. There is only one sea level on Earth. Cheers, brother. There is only one sea level on Earth. Earth is a great lake, and we are all inside of it. We are all God's creation. We are all the spark. We are all the light of God. But do not take that from your religious teachers, because they would have you believe you came from apes. That evolution needed billions of years and the dinosaurs to go away before you could be here. Well, that's all poppycock. None of that is provable. And if evolution were true, why don't you show us the partially evolved other animals? No, my friends, Earth is not a spinning space ball. Gas giants will not coalesce under their own mass. If you've ever let go of a gas, you'll realize that it floats up like a hot air balloon. Heavy things settle in this world and light things float. It's called density and buoyancy. Free your mind from the enslavement of a religious dogma given to you by NASA. NASA is designed specifically to make you believe that we can travel to the moon, travel to Mars. Well, Elon Musk is an actor funded by the CIA, designed to make us believe that he could put a car into a vacuum without doing anything to alter its natural pneumatic. Tires would explode in a vacuum. No man has ever been in a vacuum chamber, not even in a spacesuit. Did you know that? NASA has never put a man in a spacesuit into a vacuum chamber. Now ask yourself why that would be. If you were going into a vacuum, you would want to make sure that your suit was going to protect you in such harsh conditions. Did you know that in 2015 a NASA astronaut almost drowned when his helmet filled with water? Why? Because all spacewalks are conducted in a swimming pool in Texas. All spacewalks are conducted in a swimming pool in Texas. They use computer-generated imagery to fake space. The only space we have is the space around us. And sea is always going to find its level. Water will always find its level. Any questions, dear friends? Do not be frightened of information. Do not be frightened of any information. Water is always level. Water will not curve and form to the exterior of a globe. That does not make any sense. You cannot walk underneath a stone. Gravity is simply density and buoyancy. Do we understand that? Things go up if they're lighter than air, and things settle if they're heavier than air. Take a flyer. We're electromagnetic beings. We are electromagnetic beings inside an electromagnetic toroidal system. Newtonian physics is designed to steal the truth of who you are and your centrality to the earth.
Going up there.
Oh
Then
yeah,
we're going to
we
go up
have
and around.
mountains, bro. But when you get to the east coast of England, you get to the sea level, right? And then as you come across England and you go up to 500 meters at the highest point, and then you go back down to the west coast, you'll go down 500 meters. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So you've got the same sea level on both sides of England.
So how does the moon kind of move around there?
Let's just deal with that first, because I'll just tell you that the moon is moving through the sky, but let's deal with that. At the sea level, if I had to shrink Earth down on the flat Earth model, I would be able to put, say, an Olympic-sized swimming pool, put 5 big boulders in that, and whatever stuck above the level of the water would be my continent. But it would be the same level of water all the way around. That's just how water works.
Sorry, do you believe the Earth's flat?
I believe that the oceans are flat. I think that we have sea level. There's one sea level. But I think that the Earth is like the universe is like a ball, like an orange. You cut the orange through the middle, where the seeds are where our continents are, and we live inside of that, not on the outside. In nature,
In the Milky Way.
well, I think the Milky Way is inside of the fruit. So when we look up at everything we see, it's inside of the orange. We're sort of tiny little seeds inside, looking up at the orange. That's all right. It takes a while. The moon is quite easy to kind of understand, but if you think that the moon is creating a shadow, or the Earth is creating a shadow on the moon, then I offer to you that for 2 or 3 weeks of the month, you can see the moon and the sun in the sky at the same time, debunking the idea that you were taught when you were 6 years old that the Earth is throwing a shadow to create a half moon or a crescent moon. Very easy to debunk. The moon is emitting a cold light, and this has been proven by mainstream science. It is not a reflector. And if it was a reflector, it would be so bright, that when the NASA astronauts landed on the moon during the Apollo missions, they would be burned by the brightness of that light. It's so good to be alive. How's it going there? Hello, chat.
Yeah, it's going good.
Good. Nice to see you guys. I've got a little coffee here, if you don't mind. I'll just... So that lady who went to complain that that this was private property right here, because you know how it annoys them, she quietly walked out of the gate and disappeared without saying another word. Now, I don't know whether the manager is going to come here, but, you know, there is really, it would be wrong to say, well, I can't be here when these folks are able to sit here and eat their food. Earth is not a spinning space rock. We've been lied to about that, my friends. I know this is hard to hear, but NASA is the world's greatest religion. It is the greatest belief system. The belief that gravity and relativity can explain how people can live on the side of a ball. People can live down under, upside down. Have you ever seen NASA provide a picture of planes flying underneath the globe? Or ships sailing underneath the globe? You've never seen that. Why don't you Google satellites in space? Not one photo. All of them computer-generated comics for adults. NASA is comics for adults. It's the biggest belief system. And I shame on those people who believe in religion and evolution. What a nonsense. We are created perfect by the Creator. No ape became a man. No ape gave birth to the first human. No ape. You cannot prove it. You can believe it all you like, but you can never prove it. Why? Because we are created as we are. Apes do not become people. You want to think you're an ape? Fine. But I'm telling you, you're created by the Creator in the Creator's image. And the Creator is not an ape. No fruit grows its fruit on the outside of the skin. That's ridiculous. All fruit contains its fruit inside a skin, a bark, a shell, a peel. A human has a skin. Why? Without the skin you would die. And the same is true with our imaginary globe. It has no skin. So why doesn't the vacuum of space simply tear the atmosphere away? Why doesn't it do that? Oh, the gravity religion comes into mind, doesn't it? Thermodynamics is mainstream science, and those laws cannot be broken. To build up pressure, you need containment. Drop a smelly one in a lift, see what happens. The gas goes everywhere in a matter of seconds. You cannot live on a spinning space ball. Outer space has been faked to diminish you, to make you think you're barely evolved, but you're not. The Creator intended for you to be here. The Creator intended for this loving world to be your school, not to be your prison. It's a prison of the mind. The globe is a prison of the mind. The planet is actually a plane. The firmament, as the Bible says, is a roof that we cannot penetrate. Your masters at NASA, there's a NASA guy. Your masters at NASA fake you with CGI. Their rockets are nothing more than firecrackers that go up for about 30 or 40 miles, and then they drop into the ocean. After that, we're given CGI. Don't believe what you've been taught. Don't believe in gravity. Don't believe in relativity. You cannot live on the side of a globe, Frome. You cannot. Water will always flow downhill until it reaches the lake, and there it will level off. Until the lake is full, it will level off, and then it will spill and run downhill to the next lake. And guess what? That lake will be level and parallel to the previous lake. And so it goes on until it reaches the sea. And there is only one sea level. Deny your language if you will, but sea level is a real thing. Sea level is a matter of fact. Can you prove it? Can you prove it? My proof, water runs downhill, bro. Water runs downhill. Why doesn't it run off the side of the globe?
It's round. It keeps going round.
It keeps going round. Try that with a tennis ball. As the ball spins, the water will fly off. Yeah, stay in your dreamland. Not everyone is ready to leave Disneyland. In times of extreme deception, people will reject the truth. As Mark Twain said, it's easier to fool a man than to convince him that he has been fooled. And guess what? We've been fooled our whole lives to believe that we are nothing but insignificant specks on some Goldilocks planet that happened to wait for an asteroid to destroy the dinosaurs. Dinosaurs cannot be proven either. Were there giants on Earth? Yes, there were. Yes, there were giants on Earth, but they were not dinosaur lizards. We cannot prove the asteroid bunk that you're taught in school. I'm sorry to tell you that. The truth is, water is always going to find level. That's the natural physics of water. Thermodynamics demands that if we live in a pressure system, you must contain it. Without containment, our atmosphere would be ripped off in a nanosecond. Free your mind from the millennia of indoctrination. But 200 years ago, people in this country, they knew that the earth was not a spinning rock. They knew that the sea was level from here to America. Why do they say across the pond when they're talking about America? Because a pond is level. A pond is level. But they've bamboozled your mind with it's too big for you to measure. Good science demands observation, measurement, and hypothesis. Well, guess what? We've never measured curvature over a body of water. Are the lakes here in Frome curving over their surface? No, they're not. No, they're not. Earth is not a spinning space rock. Space or outer space is comic strips for adults. NASA perpetuates this lie at your cost. How's it going, guys? Welcome to Frome in England. This is Somerset, by the way, and today is their market day. They have it once a month, and we thought we'd come and show them some truth. So we have the banners here. You guys must have questions by now.
I'm overwhelmed with questions.
It does take a while, mate. It took me months to kind of pick this apart in 2015. But when I heard the curvature formula, I was like, I live next to the sea, grew up next to the sea, and I know that curvature is not there. Atmospheric occlusion will mean that some days ships go away quicker, and some days I can see much further. Now we take powerful cameras and we can zoom in for miles. In fact, the world record photograph over sea is 250 miles. And if we lived on a globe, that thing that they're seeing, the mountain that they're seeing in France, would be long behind the curvature.
Where's the photo? It's 250 miles. Why can you find it?
Why don't you Google it? It's just Google.
What is it?
It's the Caribou Mountains. Caribou Mountains from France, and they only can do it a couple of days a year when the sun sets behind the mountains, and they can see 250 miles.
Okay.
Now, you know, people say I've seen it from an airplane. I've seen curvature from the airplane. But Neil deGrasse Tyson, the world's most famous scientist, is on record saying you're not high enough to see it.
Yeah.
And that guy Felix Baumgartner, did you hear of the Red Bull jump back years ago?
Yeah,
Remember that?
I remember that.
Yeah, as he goes up, they were showing you fisheye lens cameras, so it looks like everything's super round. But from his cupola, as he jumps out, you just see this super level horizon. So we've taken weather balloons up to 120, 130,000 feet, and everything you see up there is level. In fact, if you've ever gone into the cockpit like I have, you can see just flat cloud banks just stretching as far as the eye can see in front of you. And you fly for 5 or 10 minutes over that same bank that you could see, and then you look again and it's still flat and level. So there's quite a lot of pilots, airline pilots on YouTube saying, they get caught out by people going, tell me mate, are we going over a curvature? Are you making an allowance for a curvature? No mate, it's flat, we've flown flat. I flew originally from South Africa. Now South Africa is meant to be here and England's meant to be sort of here. Well, if you take a gyroscope, you'll find that it's on the same level the entire flight.
So how do you reach the edge then? Is there a fall off?
Are you aware of the Antarctic Treaty?
Yeah.
So it was signed in 1956.
Yeah.
And it prevents us from going to the edge. Guys who have tried that have been turned away by military escorts.
So the Americans or?
Well, it's
who's
actually
in charge?
Rome is in charge. But I mean, it depends on where you're talking about. But South Africa has its own fleet that they maintain that integrity there. Australia will keep its part of it. You know, if you look at this. It depends on where we're talking about. You know, if you were going out from here, this is obviously Australia. This is the United Nations logo, by the way, and it's also known as the azimuthal equidistant map. Some say this is the accurate projection of how the Earth works inside of a containment. Now I say it's like an orange. If I had to slice an orange through its equator like that and open it up, these are the seeds inside the center of the orange, and this is the peel of the orange. This is the exterior, and if you were the orange, a top piece of orange inside of that, you wouldn't be able to leave. Right? Now, I think that it's like if I had a fire in the center of your home, in your living room, for example, you know intelligently, you know that the further you step away from that fire, the cooler things get. Yes. So in this case, I think that the extremities of our environment are such that the further you get away from the sun, the colder things get. So our equator, we know, has got the hottest climates. And as you go north or south of the equator, it gets colder.
What's on the other side?
What other side? I don't know. Well, let's say that it's like a ball, and so there is no other side.
But if it's ball, then surely it's not flat.
But no. So if you cut through the ball, if you cut through the orange and open it up, inside where the seeds are, that's where we are. Now, if we are micro and macro, so the macrocosm looks like that, the microcosm looks like you. But you're not just this physical avatar in front of me. You are a much bigger electromagnetic system. And I'm only observing, and I can. Some people, energetic healers and stuff, they can see a bigger aura. They can see more of you than just this. Well, the same is true with our Earth, is that there's more to it. We see this twinkle, twinkle little stars cruising past us, and that's all within the orange that I'm describing. So the underneath it thing is one of the sort of one of the questions that's seeded into our debate about flat Earth versus thing, and this idea that it's a pancake floating in space is all part of the misinformation that the government. What topping?
Topping, yeah.
Well, me and you, I think that would be a good topping. Now, did you know that the deepest we've drilled into the Earth is in a Russian drill called the Kola Deep, mine called the Kola Deep, and it's 7.5 miles deep. That's as far as down as we can go. So what's underneath it? I have no idea, and I would say that it's just like if you cut the orange through. It's really like saying, okay, those seeds are never going to find their way either down or up, out, and I think the extremities, I mean, I don't say that this is exactly how it works, but just as a concept of how it might be, we're quite sure that there's a lot of coldness here, a lot of Antarctica, what they call Antarctica on the globe, is actually just a ring of ice. And the guy called Admiral Byrd was sent by the Americans for about 15 years in the 1940s, late 50s, into Antarctica, and he spent a lot of time flying as far as he could, and he said he found land bigger than America. It's on record. There's an interview with the Longines. It was a TV show called the Longines TV show, and he went on record. He was given 3 ticker tape parades through New York, so he was a highly decorated guy. And he's like, I found land bigger than America and resources that would last humanity for decades, if not centuries. But we're not allowed to go down there, and they locked it all down such that if a person was wealthy enough, they could afford a trip down there. They would be taken to a tiny peninsula. They would be shown around for a few hours, put back on the boat, and off you go. You've seen Antarctica. No, you haven't. It's like me coming to Frome and saying, I've visited all of Britain. No, you haven't. You've seen one town. You've seen one little place, and I don't know what the edge looks like.
And why does it matter?
Because you are the center of creation, and they don't want you to know that.
Does it matter if the Earth is round?
Well, it matters if we've been lied to. So how the world works in a day-to-day way, it has no, it has no real bearing on us.
Doesn't make a difference to me.
Because it is what it is.
Yeah.
But if I'm lying to you and I'm getting you to poison yourself, that would matter. If I was saying to you, oh, this drink that I've got is really good for you, but it was actually toxic, don't you think that would matter? So if I'm giving you an idea for your mind that is toxic for your mind, diminishing, demeaning, then I think that it matters.
So that's the objective, is obviously to the information that you provide is to understand that.
Is to free people from this prison of, we came from monkeys. I was an atheist, by the way, up until 8 years ago. And then when I started unpicking this, I thought, oh my gosh, there is a God, there's a reason, there's a purpose. And the more I've dug into it, I realized that it's us who is God's expression, that it's us who is a tiny cell of the orange inside the orange, no less orange than any of the rest of it, but just insignificant, just very, very small by comparison to all that is. And so I think that we live inside of whatever Gaia, God, whatever you want to call it. I think we live inside of that, and we are an expression of that. And that thing, that entity, intended for you to come and have a growing experience, a soul growing experience, a spiritually growing experience. And so the people in power came up with these religions and belief systems that people would cling to, or that they would be forced into. In the case of Catholicism, they'd be forced into it to rob them of the truth of their centrality. Some say simply to kind of turn us into tax slaves. Others say that because we're in some sort of school, that our souls are meant to be growing. And if I keep us in the kind of football, we're just monkeys, kind of evolving apes kind of mindset, drinking down the pub all the time and whatnot, yeah, then we are never going to do that journey. And that's why I would lie to, I don't lie to my children, but if I was to deceive them or my wife or whatever, it would be because I had there with a purpose behind it, you know what I mean? So if the religions are lying to us, NASA and the governments are lying to us, if they lied to us in 2020 about the flu, if these things are true, then they're doing it for a reason, not by mistake, but by design. And they never want us to know that. So what they've done is they've created this flat earth society, which is a way of minimizing or demeaning it or turning it into a materialist conversation, Newtonian type materialist conversation, when none of it is actually material. It's all light and frequency, vibration, as Tesla said. We live in a world of frequency and vibration, and all that you are, all that this is around me is simply vibration and frequency. And so it's not a material plate. It's just that we're experiencing it in this way. So I made this other flyer, which is about the electromagnetic universe theory, which is where I think that we are. Please take one.
Well, do you know what? I actually, on environmental grounds, don't tend to print, so I'm probably okay for that. But
Well, now
thank
one
you,
of the
no.
great things about
I
flat Earth is
prefer-
it frees you from all of that. Because we live in an entropic system. You understand what that means?
Actually, no.
Okay, so it's an electromagnetic torus system that is self-perpetuating. So it's like energy can never be destroyed. You probably know that. Energy can only be transmuted from one place to another, right? So I'm not into spoiling in the same way as we should take care of our temple of God. This is it. We should also take care of this greater temple of God. I'm totally with that.
Paperless is the way forward,
But-
I think.
Okay. But I think that what they're wanting to do with this idea of global warming, we're running out of resources, all that kind of thing, is to penalize us, to make things more expensive, to make us feel bad, to make us feel like we're the problem, when in fact we're the reason why this place exists.
Some people are quite bad.
People are bad, but people are bad with their bodies too, don't you agree? People are eating and drinking themselves to an early grave.
Yeah.
Isn't that more important?
Depends. I think it's individualistic.
I mean, I have to say,
I'm
I've learned
happy.
a lot about,
I'm not making this about you,
this.
brother.
It's very
This is not
interesting.
personal. This is
I
not
have to,
personal.
if I'm being completely
no.
honest, I never knew that flat earth was anything more than just that the world was a pancake.
Yeah.
So now I know.
No, you've got a wider
and
theory.
with all just respect, my mind has not been changed.
Please don't.
But I appreciate
Oh, I
you
do
taking the
respect it.
time. And you know what? Good for you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and,
Thank you very
yes.
much. And yeah, free your mind, but it's not something that I can give you anything today that's going to change your mind, but just that you have an open
Yes.
mind to kind of, oh, well,
always interesting
is
to
it possible
have
that
different
NASA is,
perspectives, isn't it?
and by the way, I believed the moon landings up until 8 years ago. I was pushed the moon landings, this is my son. I pushed the moon landings on them, I pushed evolution on them, that we came from apes. I did. And now I know, no, it's not like that. You were intended to come as you are. But it starts within. You see, the journey to this, the world will never be healed while individuals are in a mess. You see, we project the world from within. So the more trauma that we have within us, the more the world is going to be traumatized.
You're quite trauma-free.
Oh, I think we're traumatized all on purpose. Do you know that when you come out of your mother's womb, they stick a needle right into your heel, and that is your sciatic. It hits your sciatic nerve, which runs right up into your groin, and your groin is the center of your stability and sense of self. So they hurt us from the moment we come out, and then it's needles in the arm, and it's all sorts of stuff.
I'm fine with that.
I welcome it.
personally,
I'm
but,
enjoying it.
you know,
I feel
like
good.
I said, variety is the spice of life.
Yeah.
So yes, I
Hey,
wish you all
have
the
a good
best
day.
of luck. Have a
Good luck,
good
brother.
day.
Take care.
All the
Thank
best.
you.
Keep fighting the good fight.
Some information for you.
Genuinely, like, do you think the Earth is flat?
I knew that would be.
No.
Now he's
Like,
into it.
No, I think the Earth is like an orange, but we live inside it.
what do you mean?
Well,
So-
you know what an orange looks like. If I had to cut
Yeah.
it, if I had to cut it top to bottom and let
Yeah.
it fall open, you see where those seeds are in the middle. That's where we are. That's our continents, and that's where your body is. So your body is. This avatar in front of me is only a small part of who you are. You have this big electromagnetic torus system that runs around you, and then this bit is the material part. The same is true with the Earth. On the macrocosm, it's like this big orange apple, the big apple, and inside of it, right in the center, where the center is where the seeds are, and those seeds are our continents, and the fruit is our oceans. And there's a skin around it, but everything in nature has to have a skin, a bark, a peel, whatever. Everything in nature shows us that. So there's a skin. In the Bible, they talk about a firmament, there being like a frozen stone. So yeah, I think it's that. But the idea of outer space cannot be proven.
But then, how does the sun set at night?
The sun is a little bit more complex, but
Tell me about the science. Tell me about the science. How does the sun set at night? What happens to the moon? Like, what is the moon?
okay. Well, the moon is its own light. When it's a cold light, and you can prove this with using a laser pointer. If you point at something that's receiving direct moonlight and then go around into the shadow just behind that, you'll find that it's warmer in the shadow than in the direct moonlight, which is completely opposite to the sun. So these are two luminaries or two lights in the sky. They're not extremely big. What they do is they travel across the sky every day. So it's them that's coming, and as it gets closer, you know, like an aeroplane off in the distance, even though it's at cruising altitude, it seems low, and then as it gets above you, it seems high, and then as it goes away from you, it goes down again. Yeah, it's not settling, it's simply your perspective on something further in the distance makes it shorter or lower. And so the sun is moving across our Earth, or across the plane of the Earth, if you like, every day, every 24 hours. And as it approaches, as the wave that we interpret as this blob of light approaches us, it appears to rise and then set. Now, it does get more complicated. It could be more complicated than that, but I'm just giving you the very simple sort of answer on that. And that's why we say sunrise, because it's not the Earth that's rolling towards the sun, it's the sun that's approaching you and rising.
So, do you think the Earth is like that, with this, like, electromagnetic field that you're talking about?
Yes.
So, like, what happens when you get to the Earth? How people circumnavigate the globe?
Okay.
And how in the, like, what, 1600s or whatever, how did the guys circumnavigate the globe?
We still do today, yeah. We circumnavigate the Earth, but if I was to take Frome as the Earth, then I could circumnavigate this town, go all the way around it and come back. It doesn't make it a
So you
wall.
think it's the circumference rather than...
Yeah, let me show you here. I mean, all the around the world sailing can be done here. They either go through the Panama Canal, or they go around South America. They might go through the Suez, or go around Cape Town, and so that you can do all day long. That's not a problem. The idea that, say, literally a ship is actually going underneath and hanging like a tick on the bottom of a ball, that's never been proven. And NASA have never taken a satellite picture of something underneath this globe.
If satellites don't exist, how do our phones work?
Through ground towers. You know these towers that you see?
GPS,
Same. It's triangulation. And then once you go out of town, you know, it's getting better nowadays, but as soon as you go out of town or you go into a valley, I'm staying in Nani at the moment. There's no phone signal there. Why? Because I'm in a valley and I'm away from any local ground tower. If it was satellite looking down on me, I should never lose signal. But there's so many places on Earth that I've been to, it's like, I can't get a signal. Why? If it's a satellite looking down, no problem, it should be able to see me. If it's ground towers at let's say 30 meters or 40 meters of height, then once you go in the shadow of a mountain or whatever, or you're 10 miles, 20 miles out of the range of that, no signal. So the triangulation, and it's only gotten better. The more masts they put up, and that's why 5G, the more local masts they put up, the more accurately they can pinpoint you, because it's all going on triangulation between towers.
What about gravity? Try and disprove the fact that the Earth has its own
Core.
Yeah.
Can you prove it has a core?
Yeah. Well, can you prove it doesn't have a core?
Well, I'm not making that claim. The claim is that there's a molten rock 4,000 miles beneath our feet.
Okay.
We've only dug our deepest drill, the deepest mine on Earth is 8 miles. 8 miles. That's like scratching the surface of my skin and saying, you know what my bones look like. So, and there's another thing about this molten rock thing that we're told, molten metal thing that we're told taught in school, and that is that once you heat metal up, it loses any magnetic force that it might have. So none of the stuff, once you start to pick into what you're taught when you're 10 years old and can't really question the stuff for yourself, none of it really stacks up. So the idea that there's a spinning core creating this magnetic field or this gravitational downward attraction cannot be evidenced.
But then what about this water thing? If you're saying it's like
Take
I
a flyer, guys. Free your mind. Free your mind. Do you know that you come from Africa or from the Caribbean?
Caribbean.
Because I know lots of African people who say, if we live on a globe, do we have to walk up the side of the globe? Because they've never been to school and indoctrinated. And they go, how is it possible we're walking up the side of a globe? And how is it possible the Nile is running up the side of a globe? Water will always run downhill. That's the basic physics of water. And there's no earthbound experiment that'll prove that we're spinning.
This world is, we don't know what we're even on.
Yeah, so don't believe what the government tells you. If you still believe in the government, you got some work to do, huh? Question.
If you believe, right, look at it. The water fills the space. It's not like it's gonna just be on top of the earth. Like, even if you have a curved bottom, the earth is still gonna, like, the water's still gonna fill the spaces.
That's why we
Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's just basic.
So, okay, that's sea level.
Yeah.
How are you going to do that?
No, I'm by the virgin.
You're a part of this thing?
Well, I'm being cameraman right now. That's
I
my.
need to get my dad over.
I don't fully understand all of the science
Give him a
behind
shot.
it.
Give him a shot.
Oh, he's having enough in the car right now.
Ah, okay.
Cheese here.
Well, if he doesn't see me, give him my flyer.
He's real big on this stuff.
Is he?
So
Good.
I put myself. I mean, I haven't done all the research for myself to form a solid opinion, but I'd be biased towards your
Awesome. Well, you've heard your dad speak about it, and we do get passionate about it because we know we've been lied to, and we know how much that diminishes who we are, our sense of who we are.
Where does this end for you? Is the world a creation?
The world is an electromagnetic, that's what that flyer talks about, is that it's an electromagnetic toroidal system.
I don't know what that means.
It's like an apple. And if you cut the apple down like this and let it fall open, where the seeds are, is where the seeds are the continents, inside of the apple. And in the microcosm, that's you. You are the seeds inside the apple. We are all electromagnetic beings, so we're not material like they try and tell you. Even in mainstream science, I'll say 97% of all atoms is just space. Yeah, well, it's all space. That there's no actually, because it's all electromagnetic. It's all electricity and magnetism, vibration, like Tesla said. It's all electricity and electromagnetism. L being the masculine, Ma or magnetism being the feminine, and these two energies are coming together in an ether to create the world that we're standing on, and to create you, your avatar. But where it ends for me
Avatar,
is
that sounds like you're quoting the Matrix.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of truth in these movies, a lot of truth, and so I believe that we are at the microscopic level an expression of God. Whatever God is, you are an expression of that. Perfect. Like I say to people, if I cut that orange open, I'll take out one.
In the image of.
Yes. So does God look like we do? Maybe. I don't know.
Do you mean like literally biblically that in that essence?
In that essence, I mean, I'm not a Bible kind of guy, although I see there's a lot of truths in there, I also see there's an element of controlling and, particularly from religion, controlling our sense of who we are, and so that the Vatican and these powers can tell us what to do.
Religion in the hands of the enemy, something like that?
Yeah. So I think we are the center of creation. And the Russian nested dolls, you might have come across them in your childhood. There's 7 dolls from a small doll. They're all exactly the same, just smaller. Well, we might be that smallest doll. And God is the biggest one. And our journey is to kind of come up the 7 heavens from this very materialist, mainstream they call us monkey men, that we're sort of from a very basic level. Well, I think that we're the small cell inside of the orange. We may not be the orange, but our journey should be to become, not necessarily in the lifetime.
Going to yourself, that kind of ego death.
Yeah. So they have us minimizing ourselves. They have us going to war with each other. They have us hating on each other, rather than we come from this loving essence, and we should be expressing that beautifully, rather than trying to be at war with each other and think of ourselves as less than we truly are. So we are the center of creation, and if we live this life richly and well, then we have the the journey is to move up a level, if you like, to the next floor, and then there's perhaps another kind of reality at the next level of creation that we will then experience. But maybe the system likes to keep us trapped here because they keep us in a perpetual loop of material control, but control not just your body and your taxes and that kind of thing and your time here, but also control your spirit growth, your soul growth.
Out of interest, have you got any opinions?
Yeah, I lost my last YouTube channel for that. I went around South Africa telling people why they were being.
All I need to know.
Yeah, it's again, it's just, and it's about enslaving people because the more people are in fear, the more you can control them, and they put fear on us.
Anything about Operation Lockstep?
Yes.
That was drawn up about 10 years ago.
Operation Lockstep, yes.
By the Rockefeller Foundation?
Yes. And it's all part of the WEF, World Economic Forum.
Klaus Schwab.
Yeah, Klaus Schwab, yes, to try and control us, yeah. They control us.
I downloaded a PDF from the Operation Lockstep. That was drawn up in 2010, wasn't it?
I can't remember all of those details.
Something like
I
that.
started looking at all the kind of minutiae of it. I know for sure that there is a plan to take us, and you saw how 200 countries were locked down within 2 weeks. The whole world basically shut its borders and shut everything down and put everybody behind nappies, face nappies. And now all the needlecraft. Yeah, they don't do anything, and the needlecraft is making people sick. So who knows? Are they messing with us? Yes. Is it in the food? Yes. Is it in the water? Yes.
Yeah. It's not a vaccine.
Yeah. And the air, even the aerosols that are getting sprayed, all of this stuff is designed to. Oh, I've been looking at them for 5-6 years.
That's not the Suzuki crap.
That's real. That's real. That's real. That's real. So, good questions. I hope to meet your dad.
Yeah, I'll send them.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, Blue Eyes. Have a flyer. Hi.
We got a fellow.
Oh,
No, very much flat earth.
Oh,
very
right.
much,
Nice
yeah.
to meet
Very
you.
much,
Likewise.
Totally.
You got my flyer?
Yeah,
Good.
yeah, so we'll have a look at what you got. So, yeah.
How long have you guys been, how long did you let go of the ball?
Well, actually, my wife was started about a year ago, and I was
okay.
and then she said, no, you've got to look at this, so I started looking at it.
Okay.
And it was, for me, once you see it, and you start going through the numbers, and I quite like the maths and the detail, once you go through it, it's a no-brainer. It's like, how do we not realise this all those years ago?
Because we were never told 8 inches per mile square.
No, exactly right.
We were never told that. When I heard that, I was like, no, hold on. I'm a maths guy. I've never seen that, and I grew up near the sea.
Yeah.
So I know that it's the
No, that was different. I like data, I like maths, and that was it for me. And then once you see that, it's like a daisy chain for me. Everything else just follows in. I get frustrated now, but other people can't see it. It does my head in. I don't understand.
But it's beyond the material, hey, because the flat earth debate is very much a materialist argument. So why do they lie? Because they don't want you to know that you are the center of creation, and that whatever God is, whatever nature is, I know it's funny at first, but whatever that is, and I was an atheist 8 years ago. Truly, my dying mother couldn't get me to accept that there was a God or anything like that. But once you start to see this and do the research, you realize that, whoa, maybe this whole game is rigged to constrain me from ever finding my true spiritual essence. Not to join. Why would they want to? Well, there's two answers. Okay, there's two answers to that. There's two answers to that. Either to keep us as slightly evolved apes, to control us, to pay taxes, to get us to go to war with each other. That's the one answer. Allow me to answer. You've asked the question.
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah? Because at first people mock. This is what they say. When people hear the truth, at first they mock. Yeah? And this is what I feel from you. So they either want us to be apes fighting with each other, at war with each other, or they want us, it's a spiritual thing, and that you are a divine spark of the Creator, and they never want you to know that. So that perhaps you don't do the 7 heavens thing, you don't evolve spiritually, not physically. You don't evolve physically.
What would be the purpose of not wanting people to be their best version of themselves? Like, and who would decide? Who's the person making this decision? It's like the whole of humanity can't accept that they should be the best person of themselves, and therefore will make this elaborate lie. Like, I don't understand.
Have you ever heard this name, Satan?
Yeah.
Okay,
obviously,
so Satan, the old meaning for the word Satan was Satan. Satan means opponent. So I got a nice answer for you, and that is that if you wanted to be the pilot of a ship or the captain of a ship, Do you think that I should just hand you your captaincy papers? Or do you think that you should spend years working your way through the engine room, the cartography stuff, sailing at night, choppy seas, typhoons? Because once you've achieved all of that,
Right.
then you have earned your stripes. And so for me, it's almost like the test of fire, is that if you want to temper the steel, you need to put it in the fire. And if you want your soul to grow, you've made a contract with yourself to come here, to be put in a shit show, and then kind of work your own way through it. I can't give you this truth. Only you can work this out for yourself.
So you're saying that they have told us that the Earth is round?
Who's they?
Well, that's what you said there.
Well, all roads lead to Rome. So it does seem to me like the control system, if you look at the Roman Empire, if you look at the double-headed eagle that's on the American flag, it's on the secret societies, that there is some kind of system here in control, the Freemasonry and all that. Are they good guys just trying to put you through a test of fire? And if you don't make it, okay, come back, try again next life.
Okay.
Maybe it's that.
But I'm just trying to piece together what you've said. So you've said that they have told us that the Earth is round so that we aren't the best versions of ourselves, so that we don't get into heaven because they want to keep heaven for themselves.
I don't know about if they want to keep heaven to themselves. I think maybe they want to keep us maybe at this materialist
but
level.
why would they? Why would they not want us?
Are you Islamic? Okay, so we have different religions in the world, right? Why would we have that? I used to wonder that as a kid. Like, how is it possible that if there's a God, there could be more than that? You're giving them the path.
And they got invented.
No, it's not cultural influence. It's either Jesus was the man, or Jesus was just a prophet. Or if you're a Jew, Jesus was just a no man. Yeah. So actually, they're very different beliefs. And they're not cultural, they're actually at war with each other.
But they are based on culture, because you find the different beliefs in different countries.
I accept that point, but they have their tenets are very different. Either
but that would
Jesus
just be
died-
based on the information that they had hundreds of thousands of years ago, before connectivity was a thing. You know, now we would do our research on the internet and talk to people, whereas back then they didn't have that. So that grew of the information that they had accessible to them in that state at that time.
Okay, and you know that culturally, we believe in outer space, but there's places in the world where people do not.
Okay.
So it's the same thing. I believe that what happened was that the religions knew they were losing power over people, so they came up with this new idea. I mean, outer space is less than 150 years old. This idea of outer space, things being outside of the dome, because everybody believed we were inside some kind of enclosure 150 years ago. So this idea that there's outer space, aliens, and planets that you can land on and all that sort of stuff, it's very new. And it's also designed, just like religion was, to control people.
So planets aren't real either.
Planets are lights. What you see in the sky is lights.
Like
now,
the Truman
like the Truman Show. But here's a question for you. Here's a brain teaser for you. Like Mars and Venus are very visible in the night sky at the moment. Saturn and Jupiter. Now these are either rocks or gas giants, okay?
Right.
And these rocks or gas giants are almost indistinguishable from sun.
You can look through a telescope.
Now, let me finish.
When you look through a telescope.
And it's like,
Bring it closer to you if you want.
so did they like
That camera that you got there, right? If you point that at one of these luminaries I just mentioned, Mars, Venus, or whatever, what you actually see is like this perturbation, this light show, just flickering, blah, 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 blah. What you're given by CGI and NASA is it's a rock and so on, like a nice picture of Mars and all
I
of
looked
that
through
sort
a
of thing.
telescope.
Yeah.
I looked at Mars and it was a red planet.
Okay, was that telescope powerful?
I guess it was like magnified, not electric.
Okay, because I've used a Nikon P900 camera to look at these things, and what I see, and you can go and Google this as
That's
well.
just how cameras work. It's electric.
Yeah.
So the light, like it wouldn't. If you're looking through a magnified lens, it actually affect it. My main thing is like, if the Earth is a disc, why could it not still be the centre of the universe? Why would it not be?
It's not a disc. The flat Earth as a disc is part of the PSYOP called the Flat Earth Society. So this idea that it's a disc floating in space is, please put that out of your mind. That's not what anyone in the flat Earth conversation thinks about. So what I say to people is that it's that the whole universe that we can see, all the stars and stuff, they're not billions of light years away or light years away. They are simply within thousands of miles of our space around us. And all of that is inside some kind of enclosure. You know, in nature, all fruit has to have a skin. You have a skin, the tree has a bark, the banana has a peel, the egg has a shell. Hold on, let me finish my answer before you keep throwing questions at me, because you're not listening to my answer. You're not listening to my... At first, the truth will be mocked. At first, the truth will be mocked. It's easier to convince a man he's being fooled.
So, who put the dome there? Who made the dome?
That's like a straw man.
And then
That's
who
a
made the guy
straw
that
man.
made
Before you get to ask such deep questions, you have to deal with the fact that water is level, and we cannot prove that we're spinning. The sky is moving. Yes, things in the sky are moving. And when I look at, again, when I've looked myself at these same stars, and I didn't get to finish saying this, is that the stars that we see in the sky and rock like Mars look as bright as each other. Would you agree?
No, because they're bigger, because they're brighter. They're probably the same size.
Okay. So have you ever? Imagine I've got like a pile of dirt, right? And I shine a torch at that, or a big light at that. Is it going to reflect back to your eyes like a star, or is it are you going to be able to see that that's actually you're losing an awful lot of light?
The light is reflecting back. If you can see it, it's the light's reflecting.
Yeah, that's literally what light is.
Yeah, because it's not burning, or like it's like the entire reflection. Because you know how we have an atmosphere, right? It reflects off of that because the solar radiation. It comes in and bounces back and forth, but not all of it gets in, so it bounces back off of the atmosphere.
Okay, that's an explanation that we're taught. I'm offering you other ways of considering this, and the intelligent mind can hold more than one theory in their mind, and the gravity and the things that are reflecting and all this sort of thing are theories. You've never proven that for yourself. You have to take it from the TV that this is true.
So why should I believe you?
Don't believe me.
When
I'm
you
not
find
asking
the
you
entire
to
thing in
believe me.
Comic Sans, and there's a bunch of pictures, like, because it has to be, and you put the word lie in believe, is that some sort of conspiracy about the word believe?
Yes.
And what's with the dragons in Santa Claus?
Are you Muslim?
No, I'm not
Are you
Muslim.
Christian?
No.
Okay, so those are beliefs, right?
Yeah.
And you don't believe them?
I don't.
You think they're lies. If you didn't think they were lies, you would attach yourself to them. Jesus didn't walk on water according to you. So that's a lie. There's billions
He could
of
have been
people.
like an illusionist. He could have been like a magician.
Or it could be a metaphor. It could be a metaphor. It could be a metaphor. But what I'm telling you is I've looked through a P900, a very powerful Nikon camera, and I've looked at these stars for myself, and I see that they are simply light shows. There are some kind of frequency. Have you heard of the star in the jar experiment? This is mainstream science, where you take a frequency, fire it into water, and you can get a star to fire up. This is mainstream science. I'm not giving you anything theoretical. You can go and check this
Why do
stuff
you believe that mainstream science, but like nothing else that proves it? Because like when you put a thing up and another thing up and then point the light, it doesn't hit the thing because the Earth is round.
Okay, so let's just say it like this. I take a torch, a very powerful torch, and I put 10 sticks in a row at 1 meter intervals away from the torch. Would you concede that the shadow would get longer the further away I went from the light?
It's not about the shadow, it's about the light hitting the pole.
Well, you see, the main 2,000 years ago, a guy called Aristophanes, most people who believe in the globe believe that Aristophanes proved that we live on a globe because he put 2 sticks in the ground. And now I'm saying that we can do that same experiment on a flat earth and it works absolutely fine. So then to say, oh, that means that it's curving, but you guys seem pretty smart. So I'm going to tell you that the formula for curvature is 8 inches per mile squared. That's according to mainstream science, not my science. 8 inches per mile squared. Now go and think about that, because once I heard that 8 years ago, I was like, hold on. I've never seen curvature like that over water. Water doesn't curve. Water will find its own level. Aside from the surface tension at the edge of the cup or the lake or whatever, water is going to be level. So if I had a lake or a bath or a swimming pool that was level and I made it 10 million times bigger, is that going to start curving? No. Good common sense says no, it'll still be flat.
What about, like, if I look
Did you hear what I just said?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so think about that, bro, because at the end of the day, if water is level and you can't prove it to be spheric going around like this...
Well, you can, because there's like pictures of it.
Because of a picture?
Yeah.
Okay, so which of these pictures from NASA do you think is the true size of America? Because America changes size depending on which year you take NASA's picture of the globe.
It's probably like because of how much it spins.
Angle and things of spinning.
Yeah.
Why is it that Einstein said there's no earthbound experiment that will prove that we're spinning?
I'm not trying to argue that like it's fundamentally wrong.
Einstein said there's no earthbound experiment that proves we can spin it. Worth spinning.
So like whenever there's a science experiment that proves your point is real when it's fake, then it's like all lies.
Well, the
I
water
think
is
this is a
level.
fundamentally stupid thing to believe because the evidence that it is true is so much smaller than the evidence that it wouldn't be true. It's just like...
There's a billion people who say that Jesus walked on water, despite you not wanting to believe it.
Are you a religious man?
No. Religion is a control. Religion means ligature. It means to contain and constrain you. But NASA is a religion too. You know,
I don't think religion's born of constraint. It's born of like faith, because humans are an intelligent species, and unlike this happy little god, like he doesn't know what's going to happen afterwards. Now the only problem is that we are more like sentient and intelligent, and therefore we want to know what's next. So religion was born out of faith of a like what happens next, because you can't accept that you're only there for a short period of time.
So it's possible for humans to be sort of fooled, right?
I don't think fooled, but like it, you know,
you don't want to say that because you know what? People in religion have been tricked. You can't have, you know, either all of the religions are wrong, or one man says my religion's right and yours is wrong.
I'm not religious.
Well, I'm here saying that your religion is wrong. It's just hard for you to do
But
that.
you've said you're not religious, but you believe that there's a heaven that everybody's not allowed to get into because they don't know about the Trinities or planet.
I didn't say that there's a heaven there of people going here. I mean, there are things that I think about why. You know, you're asking me why would they lie? Well, this is what I'm giving you my hypothesis. Can I prove that? No, but I can prove you've been lied to. Yes. So,
but if you don't believe why they would lie, I don't understand like how you can drive this message. Because if there's no purpose to it, if they're not lying because we're not going to get into heaven, then why are you driving this message? If you don't believe that there's a heaven for people to go into, what's the purpose?
No, I think that there is a higher you, a higher self, and I had personal experience with that. I took that DMT, you know, ayahuasca. You heard of ayahuasca?
DMT, yeah.
Okay, so it's like a plant. Yeah, it's a plant medicine that can open your third eye. And for me, it was like a near-death experience. And in 2015, when I did it, I was an atheist. 7 minutes later, the first thing I said is, true, there is a God. And I think that there is a higher you. This is the lower you. There's a higher you, and that higher you is on a mission. That's what but I had to see that for myself.
But if you believe that there is a God, then you are religious.
Then you are.
Why?
How can you believe
You just
there's
don't
a
follow
God?
an organised religion.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to spend time squabbling over that.
No.
If it suits you to say that, that's fine. But I don't see it as a religion. Because I see that you are the purpose, are the reason. There is no organisation that I'm attached to. NASA,
apart from the Flat Earth organisation.
That's not my organisation. And
No, but there is a group of people that are flat earthers, and therefore it's like a religion.
No.
Because you all believe the same thing.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
There's
So
no
you all believe that the Earth is flat in different ways.
Have you gone
like
out
religion.
to test? Have you gone out to test that water is there? See, if you can test it, it's not belief. Right?
But it's like a centrifugal force, isn't it? If you put if you've got a bucket of water and spin it over your head, the water doesn't fall out. It stays into it, and it stays.
Okay,
level.
if you took your bucket away, because gravity's
then
not
the
a
water
bucket.
would fall out. Obviously,
Gravity's not a bucket. I was taught that when I was a kid. You know, my science teacher said, "Look, this is gravity," and I said to her, "But you're giving me a bucket and a string. Those are two physical objects. You're saying that gravity is this sort of invisible force, and you're calling the bucket and string that. Well, that doesn't make sense." But I had to go along with it and answer the question as yes. And it was only 7-8 years ago, and I was like, "Oh shit!" I went along with that, and no wonder I got pissed off at school because I was forced to believe something that I
would accept that knowledge changes all the time, but based on new evidence.
Well, yeah, this is my new evidence, and so but what I say to you is that you can't prove that we're spinning, and Einstein agreed that we can't prove that we're spinning. So is it that it's actually the luminaries in the sky, the stars that are moving over our head? I say to you, and how do I demonstrate?
So
that?
we still are we just remain still?
Yes, thank you. Are we completely still? Is the Earth? Yes, the Earth is not moving.
So we're still, and all the stars and planets move around.
Well, not
us.
just they go overhead, like like if you were like a football stadium, right, and watching the game, and you see the ball fly over your head, you know intelligently that the stadium didn't move. It was the ball that moved over your head, right?
Okay.
Right. So that's all I'm saying is that we're in a stadium and it has lights, and those lights are on a track and they go over our head.
You reckon someone built a track like only 150 years ago with the technology available?
The night sky existed before that.
Yeah, and all
the
of
night
those
sky
cultures,
existed before all of this.
all the way back to the Sumerians, they knew we were on a flat Earth and that it was the sky that
They just didn't have the evidence and the tools to be able to.
Of all the world's delusions, this is the most innocent. If you extract a dog from gnawing at a cuddly toy, it might go for your arse next. Just leave them to their own delusion.
As Mark Twain said, it's easier to fool a man than it is to convince him he has been fooled.
So how do you get from like then Russia to America so quickly if the Earth is flat? What point is there a cut off between the countries? Like if it's a flat plane.
Yeah.
So how do you get from Australia? You know,
Yeah, that's a
the
great
country
one.
like,
The Australia to South America one. The quickest way on the globe would be under it. But we always fly up into the northern hemisphere and all long circuitous routes. So, you know, the United Nations logo, by the way, is a flat Earth projection. And all NASA documents, there's plenty of them online that say we're building craft to work on a non-rotating flat surface. That's why they call it an aeroplane, because we're flying over a plane. If we were flying underneath it, we would be able to evidence that. And there's plenty of pilots, airline pilots, who are on YouTube saying it's flat. We don't fly over any curve.
I just hope one day that I'm not in their plane.
Yeah, I'm in.
That was very interesting though. Thank you very much.
All right, you're welcome. All right. Only 21 in chat. I would have hoped that was being seen by a few more people. But hey ho, it's Sunday, and the Americans have yet to wake up, I suppose. I mean, how are you guys? Hey Nick, always rocking it to you. Thanks man. I will come back to Glastonbury in the next few weeks, bro. No, not keep an eye out. Where's that man? Oh, Bucket Theory, yeah. Yeah, I saw a parent shooting their child at now. Don't get too close. You guys see the beginning. Hey, Marty, you're still around. Thanks, bro. You're still flat. You're still. What was I going to say? Just get my mind. That was like an hour or 45 minutes of constant information giving. Oh yeah. Right an hour ago, the high vis jackets came to see me about this is private space. So they're going to have to. If an ambulance comes here, you might have to clear. Well, obviously, I'm not going to stand here when an ambulance comes in. So then the woman's like, but this is private place. Have you asked permission? No, I haven't, and I don't plan to. Oh, well, I'll go and check with the manager. So she went in, and then 10 minutes later or so, she snuck out through the gate there and didn't say a word to me. So this is because it annoys people so much. Hey, so listen, share the hell out of this, man. Why are you guys not sharing this? There's not many people doing live street action at the moment, so I'm putting it to you. If you care about this message getting out there and you want to support what I do, you can either send me some money or share this. Get this out there. So people are inspired to get out and do it themselves, because that's what we need, is people getting out and breaking this. Brothers and sisters, we cannot live on a spinning rock. Outer space has been faked for decades by NASA. They never went to the moon. They never went to the moon. There's a documentary called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, where the NASA astronauts are basically admitting they never went to space. There's a Russian cosmonaut admits that we never went to space. Buzz Aldrin admitted we never went to space. We never landed on the moon. The moon is a light in the sky. You cannot land on a light in the sky, and we cannot get more than 50 miles into the sky. We cannot walk underneath a rock. We cannot walk underneath a stone, and water will prove that it will find level. Once it's rolled downhill, it will find level. Why doesn't it roll off the space ball that you've been indoctrinated into? I know you want to say gravity, but gravity is a theory, and a theory is a theology. Theories need to be proven. After decades of saying gravity, after a century of gravity, don't you think we should be able to prove it by now? If you think that we are flying underneath a stone, underneath a rock, we've got ships attached to the bottom of a space ball, I'm afraid you are indoctrinated. So I'm here to tell you that you are the center of creation, and our Creator intended for you to come here, not to wait billions of years for dinosaurs to go away and for evolution to take apes and turn them into man. Apes have never evolved. Apes are apes, and mankind is God's creation. In God's image you are created, not some evolved ape waiting for dinosaurs to make way for mankind. I'm sorry to tell you that if you believe you live on a spinning space ball, you are part of the indoctrination called NASA. And NASA is the world's biggest religion. Did you know that? None of you have been to outer space. None of you. None of you have been to outer space, but you believe it because you saw it on the tell-lie vision. Your vision has been lied to by the tell-lie vision, and today they use computer-generated imagery to create satellites in space. But there's not a single photograph. I challenge you to Google satellites in space. What you will find are cartoons. Cartoons designed to trap you in the child mind, to make you think you need a master, to make you think you need a government to tell you when to stay at home, to tell you when you can shop, to tell you when you must take drugs, and to tell you when you must hide at home like a frightened child, because the flu is going to kill you. This is why they control you, because they never want you to know that you are the center of creation. You are the spark of God. You are the light of God. You are Christ. Whatever Jesus was is you. The spark of God is in you. The Christ light resides within you. You carry God's spark, but you would rather believe you come from apes. You would rather believe you come from apes because you were taught that when you were a small child. Guess what? If your parents had told you that it was Islam, Christianity, or Judaism, there's a 97.5% chance you would still believe that. I'm not here to push religion on you. NASA, Christianity, Islam, Judaism, none of these are relevant to what God is. You are the spark of the Creator, but you would rather believe that you live on the underside of a spinning space ball. This is designed to minimize you and keep you in a child state, so that you never become master of your own ship, that you never become your own true master. You would rather have daddy government and mommy medicine tell you what to do. I'm here to free your mind, because it is your mind, and the heart of God is inside of you. You need no religion. You need self-mastery. You need not to be told when you can go to the shops. You are your own master, but you've given it away, or it has been stolen from you. So I'm here today to tell you that water always finds its level, and there is no science experiment that proves either evolution, the theory of, or gravity, the theory of. As Mark Twain said, it's easier to fool a man than convince a man that he has been fooled. And that's what I see in Frome today. People are struggling with the idea that they have been fooled, and I respect that. It takes months to unpick, if not years, to unpick the programming. But until then, this government will have you at war with yourself and at war with everybody else in the world. It will tax you. It will force you to stay at home when it chooses to. Trust me, by the end of May, the United Nations will have permission to lock this country down without your permission. Did your wonderful government ask your permission in 2020 when they issued you with mandates? Did they ask your permission? No. They decided for you. They decided to control you, and you, like bleating sheep, simply went home and put nappies on your faces. Why? Because you do not know who you are. Jesus said, "You will do greater things than I," but Jesus did not know that the propaganda system would be so complete by the year 2020. Free your mind, people, and free your soul. Have you shared this yet?
Pardon?
Hello, mate. No, I'm putting my little chat room here. Some information?
I'm okay, thank you. I'm just reading.
Let me know if you have any questions. Yeah, I need a little bit of water.
Got many viewers? You got many viewers today?
25. I'm a little disappointed by that. You know what, YouTube stole my work a year ago because I was in South Africa talking to them about the scamdemic, and they decided that they didn't like people hearing that there was a different way of thinking about things. So they stole my channel, and now I'm rebuilding. So it's and I'm asking my friends there to share this out so that I can reach a bigger audience. But hey, this is a nice sized audience today. I'm very happy to be shaking up food.
Anyway, after you try to become a
It took me a long time to work this out. Not that long, but it took me months to really, in fact, probably a year before I was absolutely like, okay, I have been bullshitted. It takes a long time, you don't want to give up your beliefs overnight. And back in 2015 when I found this, it wasn't like that many people talking about it. But, today there are tens of thousands of people, if not hundreds of thousands, talking about it. Share the hell out of this. What are you doing, guys? Share it on Twitter. Thanks very much, New Hampshire guy. I think NH stands for New Hampshire. Yes, I'm on fire. Frome wasn't ready for 20 years. How are you doing, mate? I'll probably try and get to you in the not too distant future. You take this bottle of water. This is distilled water, not what it says on the tin. The natural physics of water say that once the water settles, nice outfit, once the water settles, it will find level. Guess what? If this bottle was 1 quadrillion times larger, it would still be level. The swimming pool, the bath, the lake, these things are always going to find level. Once they overflow, guess what? It's going to run downhill. So how does that work on a ball? How can water stick to the underside or the side of a ball? But for the theology or theory of gravity. It's poppycock, my friends. We live in a contained system. There's a roof over our heads. Thermodynamics demands a roof. If you break the deodorant can, the gas canister, there will be equalization of pressure. This is basic thermodynamics. We live in a pressure system. And as Einstein said, there's no earthbound experiment that will prove we are spinning. It is the sun that is moving. It is the stars that are traveling over your head. You are not rolling like some crazy rock spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. Did you know that? Did they teach you that? Did they teach you that water curves at 8 inches per mile squared? Have you ever measured that? You've never measured that, you lying man. You have never measured curvature over water. And I went out to test that for myself. Why don't you? Because you don't have the courage. You don't have the courage to see that the emperor is butt naked. He is lying to you. He is butt naked, and you cannot measure curvature over water. Don't take surface tension on the side of the glass to prove that you can live on a spinning rock. That's insanity. We live inside an enclosed system, and you are the center of that system. Whatever God is, That spark of God is inside of you, each of you. But this monkey to man science wants to demean you, just like the Vatican and its religions.
We pay for that. Can you just move? My kids are there. So can you just go over there and keep your voice down? Seriously?
No. The truth is, friends, people do not want to have their apple cart upset. The truth is, people do not like to hear that they've been lied to and that we do not know where we are. And there's a good reason for that. There's a good reason for that, because they want us at war. They want us to be good tax slaves who go home when they're told to, who put nappies on their faces when they're told to, who stick their children with drugs and needles when they're told to. But you are God. God is you. God is within you. But they would rather believe that you evolved from an ape. Can you imagine the first two apes who gave birth to a human? What insanity! You think you can walk underneath a stone? No, you cannot. The water in this bottle will find its level no matter which way I hold it. It will always find its level. And guess what? The gas inside of this bottle will go to the top, whichever way the top is. That's basic thermodynamics. That's the way your world works. Water flows downhill until it pools in a lake. And that lake will be parallel to the next lake. Parallel and horizontal. The truth is hard to hear, I know. The truth is hard to hear. But you cannot live on a spinning space rock. Spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, traveling at 500,000 miles an hour around the sun. None of these speeds can be measured. You have to believe in NASA. You have to believe in scientism as handed to you by your indoctrination system. That's what schools are for. That's what doctors are for, indoctrination. We are indoctrinated, and it's hard to hear, I know. But I'm here just to scratch the surface. Frome, I'm here to scratch the surface and say, wake up. The time is coming when this tyranny will control you way worse than they did in 2021. Way worse. Your mind is no longer your own when you believe that you live on a spinning rock and evolved from apes. Apes cannot give birth to children. Apes give birth to apes. Don't you know that? That's why they call it the missing link, because they can never prove evolution. Theory evolution, theory gravity, theory relativity. All of these theologies are like the religion designed to constrain and contain you and keep you a good child in this indoctrination system. I'm not getting people to my banner. Do you think it's my noise? People don't like it. Don't like it. I have got a new banner coming, by the way. I haven't actually finished it off, but I have got a new banner coming. Not so focused on this. We've been lied to. I know it's hard for you to hear, bro.
No. And, I don't want to.
Here, please, thank you. Yeah, if you go down there, we let you do you, and you let us do
Well,
us.
he just came over and interfered with me doing me.
Please, can you just...
Can you just move? We pay for this.
Yes.
We pay for that.
Yes.
Then go.
Yes.
down. That would be amazing. Thank you.
You guys don't want to hear the truth. The truth is you've been lied to. You've been lied to. We have been lied to by our indoctrination system. We are not evolved apes, people. We are not evolved from monkeys. We are not evolved from apes. And water will run downhill. You cannot live on a ball. You play football on a pitch, or do you play football on a ball? Work it out. The truth is hard to hear, and at first it will be mocked. At first it will be mocked.
You think people are going to try
Hello. Water is always going to find its level, even in that coffee cup. More of the drunks. Remember, I had a few of those at Glastonbury the other day.
Cool.
So, guys, we've been lied to. We can't prove that we live on a globe. I used to believe it. I used to believe I was evolved from apes. I can't prove that either.
Yeah.
No, but there's things that we can prove, and I think it's those things that we should try and use as the basis for trying to understand the world that we're in. And for me, I used to believe in the globe and spinning and all of that sort of stuff, but once I started to look at the natural physics of water, the natural physics of thermodynamics, these are laws of thermodynamics, by the way, you realize that we cannot have a non-vacuum and a vacuum side by side without some kind of barrier. I don't know if you've ever seen that rail car where they reduce the pressure and it's such that the whole steel rail car just crumples in about 1 second. You know,
Reduce pressure inside.
Yeah, to create a semi-vacuum and boom, in an instant it'll crush in, right? And the same is true with like an empty water bottle. Like you can take an empty water bottle, put the lid on, and stamp on it, and it's not going to crush in.
Yeah.
Why? Because it's a contained system. And so we say we have to be inside of a contained system. And that water, like in your cup, you know, the moment you turn that cup up, the water's going to flow right out of it. It needs to be contained. If I put a hole in the bottom, the water will flow out of it. It's not going to somehow magically stay inside of it. So one thing that the UK, for example, England, has got one sea level on the east coast, and you come up into the mountains, and it doesn't matter where I'm talking about, America, Europe, Africa, it's the same. You start on one side, it's the sea levels there, up you go, and then down to the other side, and the sea level is the same on the other side.
It would take quite a lot of research for me to try and work this out, but what I should do as well.
I mean, it will take. It took me a long time. I didn't just overnight go.
No, because I think we're lied to a lot of things.
Yeah. Well, yeah, science is just a subset of big business. So.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm trying to work. I'm not vaccinated. I don't believe in any of that. We are lied to in that. Where I understand that is obviously profit of the Great Reset and pharmaceutical companies. I get all that. Where's the benefit of the? I get it. And I want to. I'll do the research.
So it's just getting deeper and deeper, I think, actually, the controlling of us. Now, whether that's simply the controlling of your physical avatar so that you're a good tax slave, as I've been shouting out, you just go along with what we're told, or whether there's a spiritual thing going on here. And that's where I'm at now. From an atheistic point of view, back in 2014, I've come to this realization that whatever God is, it's expressing itself through you. And that's it, and they never want us to know that, whether it's through the aegis of the religions, the main religions, or any most of them, or through the scientism, which is a belief in medicine will save you, aliens are smarter than us, we were seeded here, some people believe, by aliens and that kind of story.
I think we are a lot more powerful as individuals than they say, and obviously if we knew that, then...
Exactly, and I think we robbed of that power. That's why, when I really came to this in 2015, 16, I was like, I'm going to have to do something about this. I had to get off the couch. I was already 47 at the time. I was like, I'm going to have to get off the couch now and do something about this, because people need to know how much we're being... And until you know it, you're going to go along with in some way, if I lie to you, and that lie is a sort of little nugget of cancer that's demeaning you, diminishing you, weakening you, then that's always going to be running with you, as you can see here.
It's quite hilarious. It's insane. With absolutely no knowledge in it.
Yeah. So I think that we are extremely powerful. We are the emanation of the Creator, and that has been diminished and demeaned either through chemical means, in our food stuffs, in our water, in our air, through the knowledge system that we have here. So I go out and try and inform people of this so that we can empower ourselves once more. It doesn't necessarily happen for all of humankind in my lifetime, but it may happen individually for people in their lifetime. And then maybe over time, humanity or mankind will move itself from this kind of we're evolved apes, we go to war with each other. It's okay for corporations to poison and to pillage and to control us through either, like they used to with the kings and these WEF and all of these sorts of things. So it begins with you, though. I think that individually you have this opportunity to mature through the school. I see this as a school, a test. As I say to people, like, the test has to be hard. It can't be easy. I can't give you the golden key as you arrive and say, oh, yeah, you go, this is it. You have to work for it. And most people much prefer just to kind of sit on the sofa and be told what to think, or to go on a Sunday and be told that they're sinners and all of this kind of nonsense.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think it's a material world. It's an electromagnetic world. So I've got this little flyer for you guys, because you're obviously interested in the electromagnetic nature of the world. We're the microcosm within a macrocosm. Call it whatever you like, but we are that. And if we emanate good light from ourselves, then your soul or your higher self will have the upgrade or the maturation that's meant to happen. And perhaps even in your community or your environment, then that will over time seed a much better or healthier mankind.
Yeah.
If you want to, take a photo of some of this stuff and check it out. This is a very old flyer made by a friend of mine, and one of the things I don't agree with anymore is this idea that the sun is approximately 3,000 miles away. I think that we're inside of a standing wave. So, like if you were on the beach and you went, say, 20 meters into the surf, as the wave approaches you, you'll feel the wave rising, and then it'll crest over your head and then descend behind you, right? Well, I think that's how the sun energy works, and that depending on where you're standing, your friend could be 30 meters or 50 meters down along the beach from you, and they will have a slightly different experience of that same wave, but you will both be hit by the same wave approximately the same time. But if I was standing 10 meters deeper into the beach, away from the shoreline, it would strike me before, and that would be, say, Australia. It's striking me before if I was there, and then my friends who are in America, they're behind me, and it's striking them later.
Okay, yeah.
And so what we see, the object that we see is the orb in the sky, may not be a physical thing. It's maybe just like when you take a magnifying glass and you can concentrate that light into a single point. Well, it just depends on how you hold that magnifying glass, where that light will be on the piece of paper you're trying to burn through.
Okay.
It's
really nice to chat with you. Thank you.
Oh, cool. You can shake my hand. My name is Dave.
Hi, Dave.
So your name? Tom.
Tom. Nice to meet you, Tom. We have the same eyes, Tom. Have a nice day.
And you, buddy.
Thanks for joining the stream. If you're fresh to it, I'm here. My battery's going flat. I'm gonna 1 second. I have burned through one whole battery. I do have a battery pack with me. I have to say that the general demeanor today is one of ridicule. One of the hardest challenges for anyone getting out and doing this kind of work is that. On the flip side, of course, there are people just like Tom and his lady friend there who are who are willing to hear, and willing to kind of this poor guy over here, back in now. This poor guy over here, he doesn't want to have his apple cart upset, and people think that I'm being unkind to the children. Well, that's extreme irony, isn't it? Extreme irony in a world that would shoot up children like they're in some kind of crack alley with the crack scene nation. Crack scene nation. I try not to hit people with the crack scene and stuff, because there's a lot of people who truly still believe that VC18 was a legitimate thing. If you're new to the stream, I had put a little bit of chalkage down, trust your senses. Earth not a spinning ball, space ball. Yeah, actually, there's a funny thing. I over there, all the way over there, just around the corner of that building, the last time I was in this town, you might have seen one of my lives, I did a live a few weeks ago from this town. And I wrote on there on the wall, Earth flat or flat Earth, and it's still there in big chalk. I can't believe it that people would leave it there. Absolutely crazy. I don't think they'd wipe that stuff out by now. Anyway, yeah, I've upset some people over here because they don't want to have their paradigm upset. I understand that. It's hard for people. Cognitive dissonance. You want to fly over?
Thanks.
Okay. Need some information? Yes, my friends, we've been lied to. We do not live on a spinning space rock, and we do not evolve from apes. You were created by our Creator perfect as you are. In God's image, you were created. But there's plenty of religious believers who think they come from apes. Plenty of believers who believe that you can throw a grenade into a scrapyard and a Ferrari will come out the other side. That is patently nonsense. The theology of gravity, the theology of relativity, these are things designed to demean you and to demean God's creation. We are created perfect and equal, but we are in a world that has us at war with each other and at war with ourselves. Man versus woman, black versus white. We are all from the same Creator, and this is a creation designed as a school, either to fool or to upgrade, either to limit or to enable your soul growth, your spiritual growth into the next life. Trust me, you are the center of creation, even though your scientism would have you believe you're a lucky strike, a random, lucky Goldilocks zone strike that needed to wait for the dinosaurs to be removed by an asteroid. None of these things can be proven. Evolution cannot be proven. That's why they call it a theory or a theology, for the majority of minds to be constrained by. Fluid dynamics says that water will run downhill until it is contained. And we call that containment a lake. And once that lake settles, it will be leveled. Once that lake overflows, it will run downhill again until it reaches the ocean. And tidal variation aside, all the seas on the earth are level. The sun and the moon are lights that move across the sky every day. You are not rolling. If you believe you are rolling, why don't you point the direction in which we are rolling? Albert Einstein himself said, there is no experiment on earth that can prove that we are moving. It is the sky that is moving, it is the stars that are moving. You think we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour? Why don't we fly off? You think we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour? How does an aircraft fly against such speed? We're spinning it faster than the speed of sound, and yet an aircraft can fly against that speed and reach a city?
Relativity.
Relativity is a theory, brother. How can everybody live on the top of a globe? People must be living on the side of that globe and have to travel uphill from Africa or South America or from Australia. They're upside down. Why don't you Google satellites in space? You'll find they're all comics. They're all CGI. What I'm offering you here is nothing but truth. What you're doing is you're using the brainwashing from the television, because none of you stood on the moon. You believe that the astronauts went to the moon? Why don't you ask Buzz Aldrin? He tells us that they never went to the moon. Why don't you speak to the Russian cosmonaut who admits that we've never been to outer space? Why? Because, as Werner von Braun said, there is a firmament, there is a roof. And as we go higher, the gases get thinner. We cannot push rockets against thin gases. Things either float like a hot air balloon, a helium balloon, they float, or they sink. Why? Because their density in this air is either greater or lesser. Light things go up, heavy things go down. Hot air rises, cold air sinks. This is basic physics. Do not believe the pseudoscience that tells you that things can counter that water can run up the Nile, up the side of a globe. This is poppycock. The Earth is a great lake, and we are within that lake. You are the center of creation. I know the indoctrination starts very young. They put a globe above your cot. They put a globe in your school when you are 6 years old. And they do that to brainwash you. They do that just like the religious orders do, to brainwash you, to make you believe you're insignificant. But the truth is, you are the center of creation. That Fanta bottle, once you open it, will lose its pressure because the thermodynamics law has been broken. In order to build up pressure, you have to have containment. Your deodorant can must be contained, otherwise there will be immediate equalization of pressure. You cannot live on a spinning stone. And gas giants will not coalesce under their own weight and reflect light like a star. This is basic stuff, guys. You have been brainwashed. It's hard to hear, but Mark Twain tells us this. It's easier to fool a man. It's easier to fool a man than convince he's been fooled. And when the world has lost its way, those telling the truth will be hated on, just like these folks over here don't want me telling you this truth. People do not want to hear the truth. Water will flow downhill. You cannot get water to run uphill. How does water run up the side of the globe? It cannot. Water must be contained. We live inside a giant lake. Our earth is flat, just like the ancients knew. But the modern religion of NASA, of scientism, that tells you stuff that you cannot prove yourself, is absorbed by the masses. The majority would prefer to believe the government. The majority would prefer to stay at home when a little flu bug comes to town. The majority would suffocate themselves and needle their children because government told them to do that. We have lost our way, brothers and sisters. We have lost our way. And now you give your fealty to government, which is just an extension of the Roman control system authored by the Vatican. It's hard to hear, I know, but you'll send your child to school and get them indoctrinated into this belief that they evolved from apes. That is the meaning of God. You demean God when you say you came from an ape, when the truth is that you were created perfect, as you are.
Excuse me, are you the Flat Earth Society?
No, the Flat Earth Corporation.
Oh, really? So this is you're the independent Flat Earth Society?
There's no such thing as a Flat Earth Society in my mind. We are all living inside a contained system in which the water is level. You can call it whatever you like, but you see, people are being brainwashed both ways. They're either being given this idea that they live on a space ball, or that the Flat Earth Society is some kind of pancake in space. None of that is true.
It's not really about your point. How much did your sign cost, by the way?
It's not my sign.
Oh, it's not yours.
A friend of mine made it.
Oh, where did you get it from?
I don't know. He's a Scottish friend of mine. He had it made up there, I guess.
Sorry, that's about the most interesting thing here. I just wanted to know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm all right. It's proof that the indoctrination is complete.
Okay.
When people are more interested in how much did the sign cost, then I might have been lied to. What about that? Can you accept the possibility you were lied to? Very hard to see, isn't it? Very hard to see.
How do you live upside down?
How do you live upside down? Exactly.
Come on.
You cannot live upside
People
down.
from down under.
Yeah. Yeah. I come from a land down under, but let me tell you, the gyroscope will prove that when a plane flies from Australia to England, it is flying on the same plane. There are, go and Google it or go look on YouTube, there are plenty of airline pilots who tell us they make no allowance for curvature. The gyroscope will prove that the artificial horizon remains the same throughout a 10-hour flight. How is this possible when you are going a quarter of the way around the globe? Your natural horizon should change by 90 degrees, and yet, we cannot prove it. Water will flow downhill until it's contained. Water must be contained, otherwise it will run downhill. No water can run up the side of a ball. It will run down the ball and fall off. This is basic stuff, but you had to be indoctrinated to believe otherwise. The sun and the moon are small lights and they move across your head. You are not spinning 1,000 miles an hour. How can we be spinning 1,000 miles an hour and yet an aircraft can catch up to that spin of 1,000 miles an hour? An aircraft traveling 500 miles an hour can catch up to a city moving away from it at 1,000 miles an hour. Wake up, Frome! Wake up! It's time to smell the coffee and realize that government means mind control. Government is here to control you, and not just from taxes, not just from propaganda about the flu, but actually to minimize your spiritual growth. The religions are here to minimize your spiritual growth. It's hard to hear, I know, but we are all being indoctrinated by scientism that tells us we are living on the side of a spinning space rock. Outer space is fake. When they started coming up with outer space 100 years ago, it was only for comics. But eventually they believed that we can land on Mars, that we can land on the moon. Did you know that Elon Musk put a car into outer space? And he said, it looks so fake, it must be real. It looks so fake, it must be real. That's Elon Musk's own words. That he put a Tesla into space and didn't change it at all. And yet space, the thermosphere is so hot, it should melt all the metal. That the vacuum of space should pop the tires. Talking of vacuum, did you know that no astronaut has ever been put in a spacesuit in a vacuum chamber? The one time they tried it, the man nearly died. And in 2015, a man nearly died on a spacewalk. Why? Because his helmet filled with water. So what if they are doing the spacewalks in a swimming pool in Texas? What if that's true? Why do we see bubbles in space? Oh, maybe they're doing it in a swimming pool. Is that possible? They train in a swimming pool. We all know that. So do they use a blue screen to make you think they're in outer space? Well, you've got to keep an open mind. But when the truth is going to be ridiculed by the many. As our good friend once said, it's easier to fool a man than to convince a man he's been fooled. Mark Twain. It's easier to fool a man than convince him he's been fooled.
Yeah, which is why you believe in flat Earth.
I used to believe in the globe just like my mother, and then I realized there's a curvature formula over water. It's 8 inches per mile squared. Has any of you clever boys gone out and done good science? Have you tested it for yourself? No, you haven't. No, you haven't. 8 inches per mile squared. Go do the test. Believing in theology like gravity and relativity will make you laugh because you don't like your religion being impugned.
I'm not religious.
But this is a belief system. Trust me, I used to believe in evolution from monkeys. I believe all of that once upon a time.
But empirical evidence isn't belief.
Empirical evidence of curvature. Bring me the empirical evidence of curvature.
You were talking about belief. It's not belief, is it? It's empirical
It's
evidence.
belief that there's water that is curving, because you've never gone out to measure it.
The water doesn't curve. The
It
earth
doesn't
curves.
curve.
The earth curves.
So we live on a water ball, and this man tells me the water's not curving. If we live on the blue marble, the water must be bending. People tell me that the ship is going over the curvature. That's their proof that we live on a globe, is the ship is going away over the horizon. Well, that means we live on a ball.
Is it more to the point that you want to capture and entertain the evidence? Is that
I've looked at the evidence, brother. You don't want to hear that there's 8 inches per mile squared of curvature. Have you got out to measure curvature? There you go, there's a ball. How do you get water to stick on the outside of a ball? You play your football on a flat pitch. You don't play your football on a ball. You cannot play on a ball. You cannot live on a ball. You cannot walk underneath a ball. But you can walk on a pitch all day long. Prove to me that we are moving. You cannot. Einstein admitted there is no earthbound experiment that proves we are moving 1,000 miles an hour. We are spinning 1,000 miles an hour and 500,000 miles an hour around the sun, and yet we see the same stars for thousands of years. How is that possible in a Big Bang? A Big Bang given to you by a Catholic priest, by the way. George Lemaitre, a Catholic priest, gives you your religion. A Catholic priest gave you the Big Bang, and if I threw an explosive into a scrapyard, would a Formula One car come out the other side? I think not. And yet you are much greater than a Formula One car. How do you come from that Big Bang? God created this place with the intention of you coming here as an expression of God. And you demean that God by believing in evolution. There is no half ape, half man. And if there was, why are there still apes? Why are there still apes? Why do we not see evolution? Darwin was a control agent designed to make you believe you are insignificant, and yet you are the center of creation. That God intended this place to be as it is. And God intended you to be as you are. That's the truth. But you demean that creation and you become nothing but a materialist monkey designed to pay taxes and put nappies on your faces when daddy government tells you to do so. Stay at home because daddy government tells you to do so. This is why we do this, because we believe that we are insignificant, that our Goldilocks zone world was created by a Big Bang, and that we had to wait for big dinosaurs to go away so that marsupials could become apes, and those apes could become you. This is not true. We were designed to come here to have a school and learning, a growing of the soul, of the spirit. You are sovereign beings, but you give away that sovereignty to daddy government. Who do you love this year? Is it Tony Blair? Tony B. Liar takes you to war. Donald Trump takes you to war. Which of them do you like this year? What democracy do you love? Oh, how many prime ministers have we had in a row? Elected by who? When they locked you down in 2020, did they ask your permission? No, they did not. But then you don't need to ask apes in a monkey in a zoo. You don't need to ask the ape whether you're going to lock it up or make its container any smaller. You just do that. And that's the world you love. That's the world you protect. Let's have a little drink. Fluid dynamics. Water will always find its level. Thermodynamics. Pressure must be contained. To create a gas pressure, we must have containment. Guys, how's the sharing going on?
I respect the setup.
Thank you, man. I've got a flyer for you guys. One for your arm.
Okay.
We are electromagnetic beings.
That's true.
We're not materialist Newtonian atoms. It's all electricity and magnetism. There's no, I mean, I'll tell you in mainstream science is that
we're not atoms.
No.
We are though.
Ah, how do you know that? Atoms never been seen. Never. So go and look it up.
I do know it exists.
So Jesus walked on water.
You can observe things that happen because of them.
Okay, no, but that's the hypothesis. So I see a thing like the sun approaching. I see the sun approaching.
Field, have you?
Well, I can see I can observe a magnetic
that's
field.
What we're saying.
Yeah.
They work in the same universe.
Okay. I can observe that. I can observe the sun approaching me, and then we can hypothesize. How's that working?
What?
Well, when the sun comes towards me, I see that, and I see the sun rising, and then I see it going over my head at its zenith, its highest point, and then I see it receding. Now, how like an aeroplane, if in the distance at a cruising altitude, and as it comes towards you, it appears to be rising.
Yeah.
And then as it goes behind you, it appears to be setting.
Yeah.
We know that it's at 35,000 feet. It's not actually descending, going
You know,
up or anything.
the sun is at 35,000.
I'm talking about a plane now.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's an observation that I can make about how something in the distance can rise and then set. Same as the spire of this town or some steeple or whatever. You know, in the distance it seems low, but as you get closer and closer, whoa, my gosh, I'm having to look straight up at it. Right? It was always the same height. Hot air balloon off in the distance, you're looking sort of at this angle towards a hot air balloon, but as you get closer and closer, you're having to look higher and higher and higher at it, right?
Yeah.
So this is how I hypothesize how the sun is that it's actually, as it travels towards you, it's still at the same height, but it's just appearing to rise. Because if you say you're here and then you asked a friend who was in France, for example, at exactly the same time to say it's like 10 in the morning.
What about when you're at the North Pole?
Have you been there?
I haven't, but hypothetically, imagine because it's rising east, sets in the west, right?
Yes.
So if you stand at the north, you see it go from one horizon to the other.
Yeah.
Yeah. When you're, what's the country that you can stand in and see? You can see the sun setting all around you.
Yeah. Like when you're at different points in the earth, it doesn't set.
Well, there's a couple of hypotheses.
Like Iceland,
Okay,
you get like whole months where
you get like it's like a 24-hour sun almost. In some
exactly.
places, and like 3 in the morning, the sun there. Although it's always super low on the horizon, it's not like it's like if we're staying on the equator. You know, we know when we're on the equator, it's like directly above you. Yeah, but here when you're in England, for example, at 55 degrees north, you've got it like at a 85 or 80 degree angle in midsummer, and in the wintertime it's much lower in the sky. And then
surely
the same applies. Yeah, the same applies there. I mean, one of the biggest difficulties arguing that one is that we do see like a 24-hour sun in the very northern reaches of the world. We do see that. How that works? Well, you've got to be willing to hear different hypotheses. But while you're stuck in it only works this way, then we're never going to be able to kind of have intelligent debate about how does that work. And when you look at the electromagnetic system, like say you took a Pyrex glass dish and a torch, it's very possible to kind of create that situation where the light is kind of bouncing off the back of the thing, so it appears to be going all the way around. So there are ways that we can demonstrate how that might be working, but the answer of exactly how it works, I don't have that answer. I'm just saying that we're told that it's only this way, that it's us spinning and that's creating the apparent movement.
Do you not think you're trying to find ways of it being flat?
You don't think you're trying to find ways of holding on to the belief that you've been given? Because see, I was already
gravity. You know, like what gravity is.
Yes.
It pulls other things to the center of mass, and the definition of a planet is something that's cleared its orbit of all the other random shit.
Yeah.
Because of gravity, it has sucked it into that center point, which would make a sphere.
Okay.
Not a.
Can we prove that? Can we take, for example, like a
if you
ball
jump
of gas?
right now,
no, that's
you will go directly
density.
down to the center of the Earth.
What?
If you jump, you'll go directly down to the center of the Earth.
Okay.
If I move 10 feet that way and jump, I'm moving down also to the center of the Earth. That's how gravity works.
Okay, you're throwing a lot of different things in.
Otherwise, if it was a plate, where does gravity come from?
I never said it was a plate. I never said that.
Well, like flat.
I never said that. What you're bringing me is the counter indoctrination. Well, I said it was an electromagnetic system. Did you hear me say that?
Yeah.
So electromagnetic torus is like an orange or an apple.
Yeah.
So I think it's like that. It's probably like an apple. But here's the thing about going into the Earth. The deepest we've ever been into the Earth is 8 miles.
Okay.
I think the deepest an apple, like every other fruit and every other thing on Earth, has a skin.
Yeah.
The globe is the only thing in nature that has no skin.
It has a core. And it has a crust.
A core.
It has a core.
No. I mean the atmosphere has no skin.
It has the ozone.
That's not a skin. That's an idea. That's like a gas. So I was going to come back to like Neptune, for example.
Lies our atmosphere.
Just hear me, because remember, in order to come out and discuss this, and to challenge my own beliefs, because I was a believer in evolution and the globe and all that up until I was 47.
Okay.
So I had to go back and study the globe again.
So what made it change?
Okay, there was a couple of things that I started learning. I went to war in 1987 in a country called Angola.
Yeah.
I wrote a book about that and personally gave it to Prince Harry in my book. It's well received historically, it's accolade and whatnot. And then someone came to me and said, your battles that you were in, tank battles, were being choreographed by the Americans and the Russians. That was the first thing. Then I found out that Osama bin Laden was actually a part of the CIA. You know who Osama bin Laden is? Yeah. So that started to mess with my world. And then I found out that there's a curvature formula for the globe, that the water is meant to be bending at 8 inches per mile squared. That's according to mainstream science, right? And I started looking at it and I was like, no, there's no... Yeah, yeah. So that's trigonometry. I don't necessarily agree with that, but that's the mainstream kind of, this is how much our globe curves, and over 10 miles is 800 inches. And I know that growing up the sea, I never saw that curvature. And I know that if I was leaving England and going over to France and going downhill, then that intelligently I'd know I'd have to be coming back uphill. Sorry about that. All right. I know I'd have to be coming back uphill. So no, the deepest we've ever been into the core, or the crust as you call it, 8 miles.
Okay.
So of a 4,000 mile journey, that's like me saying I went to New York, I've traveled all of America. Worse than that. But so we've never actually been down. Well, how do we know there's a core? See, so you're asking me about the stuff that I'm meant to prove, but actually the globe has got so many things that we've never proven. We just say inside there's this mantle and then there's this molten core. And by the way, when you heat up steel or iron to that temperature, it loses all magnetism. It has no magnetic attraction. And then when I fart in a lift, what happens to that gas?
Wait, why does it lose its magnetism?
Because of the properties of magnetism. I don't know why. I'm just telling you that when we heat it up, it loses all magnetic things. So the theory about, oh well, we're getting it from the spinning molten core from the inside can't be proven. So now, but when I drop gas, right? If I drop gas, immediate dissipation in the environment of gas.
Yeah.
Always. Except for Neptune and these giants that they say are out there. Oh yeah, the gas is so heavy, it just pulls itself into itself. No. Bullshit. And if it was a gas ball, it wouldn't be reflecting sunlight from 1 trillion miles away and looking like a star.
But the gas on our planet doesn't just leave.
Yes, why not? Thermodynamics.
Gravity.
So, but gravity is not proven. It's a theory.
You can prove gravity by measuring the speed things fall, the acceleration.
Okay. So I get
You're
that.
saying that's electromagnetic forces too.
No, that's density and buoyancy. So things do fall, but a feather and a stone will fall. Hold on, son.
You believe in density as a concept?
Yes, of course.
Why would that happen?
Why would things be dense?
Because of electromagnetism.
Well, things are more or less dense depending on their makeup, right? So a lead ball and a football, they're very different density. So things are either going to fall because they're more dense, or they're going to rise because they're less dense than the environment they're in. So a football won't go down into the bottom of the swimming pool.
What about in a vacuum?
Hold on. The football, listen to me. A football won't go down water, right, will it? A lead ball will. Yeah. An anvil will float on mercury. These are buoyancy and density. So if I take a helium balloon and allow it to go up, it's going to rise to 300,000 feet or whatever, and there it's going to settle if the balloon hasn't burst.
Because it has a lower mass.
It's less dense than the surrounding environment. Yeah. So that's all buoyancy and density. That's what they explain as gravity is all buoyancy and density. Now you can call that gravity.
No. I'm sorry. Buoyancy and density would not exist without gravity. Huh? You take the force that pulls the heavy things down more than the lighter things. That's the reason the heavy things are at the bottom and the lighter things are at the top. Yeah. It's because the force pulls F equals ma, mass times acceleration.
Yeah.
Acceleration is the same because of the gravitational constant. No. So the force for a heavier thing is greater than the force for a lighter thing. That's why the lighter
let's
things
say,
are at the top.
Although I don't agree with you, let's say, because these are just numbers, Fe equals ma.
No,
let me just say that even if that were true, for the sake of argument, that were true, that doesn't then you can't then prove how that would get me to stick to the underside of the ball and rivers and lakes.
Yes,
and
you can, absolutely. Understand, because the force goes into the middle.
Demonstrate
the center of mass.
But how do we demonstrate that?
Say this was a sphere, yeah? The center of mass is here.
Yeah.
That means no matter where you are, you have a centripetal force going to the center. So the top and the bottom pulls you to the same place.
You know when they taught you about centripetal force when you were a child?
No.
They took a bucket and string and they said, this is it. This is centripetal force.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, gravity cannot be a bucket and string. Gravity at this point in time is a theoretical construct. you cannot then say that's going to mean I'm allowed to walk underneath the globe.
But just because something's a theory doesn't mean that it's just not true.
What isn't a theoretical construct?
It is.
What isn't?
Oh, what isn't?
Yeah.
Well, thermodynamics. There's laws of thermodynamics, right?
And how can you prove that?
What?
How do you know they exist?
Well, because, for
could just all
example,
be by chance.
if I take a deodorant can and I puncture it, what's going to happen?
It will come out.
Dissipation and equalization of pressure.
Yeah.
That can be proven every day of the week.
Yeah.
And then the settling of things into strata. Well, I can take a test tube and put different liquids
All
in
right,
that,
so
and they will settle.
taking that
Let me finish my
hypothesis.
answer. Let me finish my answer. They will settle at their own natural buoyancy points, right? Now, if I had to make that test tube 1 billion times larger, I'd still get the same result. I wouldn't expect them to start bending.
Okay, yeah. You make it 1 billion times larger, you get the Earth. You say it has no layer. It has no ozone that keeps everything contained.
No, I say
Why
it has
does
to have a
our
container.
environment not drift off into space?
Exactly,
Because
because
of
we have a
gravity.
roof. No, because we have a firmament.
Because of gravity. You just said this. The air. Wait. Say the Earth is the deodorant can.
Yeah.
It will come out and it will go that way.
Exactly. So if the globe is the only thing on Earth, or that we know of in science, that has no fixed barrier like thermodynamics demands.
Yeah.
So once you damage the gas bottle, there's going to be equalization of pressure. So we say there has to be a roof, just like the Bible says. All ancient cultures all knew that there was like a dome,
There's
or
a-
some kind of lid. There has to be there has to be a physical barrier. And once you look at what NASA have been up to, the guy who was head of rocketry was a guy called Werner von Braun, right? He took us to the moon. On his gravestone says, he was a Nazi scientist, by the way. On his gravestone it says only one thing. It's his name and Psalms 19:1. And Psalms 19:1, if you read it, says, "And the heavens showeth God's handiwork." There is a roof or a container that holds the pressure in, and that's why it's simply densest at the bottom and thinner at the top. But there must be a lid. There must be a way of
And
stopping
that's
it.
ozone layer. The lid
But
is the ozone layer.
no, you see, the ozone layer, when I was a kid, when I was your age, they told us the ozone layer had a hole in it. And that it was just getting bigger and bigger.
It's been getting smaller,
Yeah.
over time.
Ah.
They've
So-
measured it getting
Yeah,
smaller.
but it's never been
That's
mooted.
testable.
Yeah, it's never been mooted as a physical thing. It's just a gas thing.
Well, gas is quite physical.
Yeah, but it's not. You can't contain a Coke, or you can't contain a gas of a bottle of helium inside a gas. You need to have a bag to put that helium in. You need to have a deodorant can.
If it was in a closed environment,
Enclosed.
and that
We agree
helium
on
had a chance to enact its own gravity, because everything has gravity.
You just have to have enough of it, and that's what the Earth
So the helium atoms will come together, and everything that was lighter will come together around it.
So the helium, let's say
model of the Earth.
I pop the helium balloon that we had here.
Sure.
Imaginary. It's just going to go up. You know that, right? Yeah?
What? Yeah.
The helium
The
is
helium,
just going to
yeah.
rise up. Yeah.
Yeah.
But in order for it to kind of stop continuing up into the vacuum of outer space, there has to be something to stop it.
Yeah.
So we say that there has to be, thermodynamics says there has to be a roof, there has to be a canister, that we have to live inside the yellow submarine, as what's his name, Beatles sang it.
Well, there's just less pressure as you get higher, and it doesn't
need to go up.
So space, outer space, the vacuum of outer space is meant to be 10 to the minus 27 torr. It's the strongest vacuum that we know of. In fact, the strongest vacuum that we can make on Earth is 10 to the minus 6 torr. We've never put a man in a spacesuit in there. And if it was that powerful, you know what they have to do with that NASA one that is so powerful? They have to have an 8-foot thick steel and concrete wall to stop it from ripping itself apart, like imploding on itself.
Okay.
That's how powerful a vacuum is. And so we have to believe that this powerful
implode,
vacuum is not going to, it would implode. I implore you to go and have a look at
I implore you to put a marshmallow in a vacuum. It would not go in on itself. It will go out.
Marshmallow will
because
go
of
out.
pressure,
I'm talking about the walls of the vacuum
which
chamber.
are equivalent to a marshmallow.
Yeah. So why doesn't the spacesuit do that?
I don't know.
Yeah. So they use the spacesuit, which they've never tested in a vacuum. They use that same spacesuit in the swimming pool, right? And when you're in a swimming pool, the deeper you go, the more the pressure, right?
Mm.
Now the spacesuit looks identical in the swimming pool as it does on spacewalks, and then we see bubbles during spacewalks. And once we saw a reflection in a visor of a scuba diver on a spacewalk, and the same spacesuit is used in a vacuum chamber. And a guy in 2015, an astronaut, you can go check this yourself, he nearly drowned because his helmet filled with water. Now, is he in a swimming pool, or is it what they say? Oh no, he had a cooling system failure.
I think you're picking out very.
Yeah. So I want to. They've taken. You can go and find this.
Sort of putting them together and creating your own hypothesis.
Guys, I know how it feels. I've been doing this in the street for 5 years. There is a train that you can go and find this yourself on Google, but they've taken like one of these gas canister trains and they put it under a slide vacuum, and you see how that crunches in on itself, like you've taken one of those soft Coke cans and just crunched it in. That's what happens in a vacuum chamber.
It would not do that. It was.
What about, you're saying gravity doesn't exist? What about satellites?
Yeah, satellites.
Orbiting the Earth.
Yeah,
because of
Google.
Earth's mass.
Why don't you Google satellites in space now? Google satellites in space. Every one of them is a CGI. Every one of them is artwork.
What about people that have seen them in real life? Are they lying?
Okay, how big is a satellite? How big do you think is a satellite?
Depends.
How big is a satellite?
Could be like 20 meters spread.
Okay.
Could be
Now,
huge.
now let me tell you that when I fly over Frome, which is quite a big town, from 40,000 feet, I can barely see it.
What about satellites you can see from the ground? You look up and you can see them.
Ah, well,
What are
I've
those?
seen, I've spent a lot of time out in the countryside, and at night you see lights flying around the sky all the time.
So what is that?
They're lights.
Just lights?
But yeah,
Or
most,
satellites?
Well, you can call them that. But if it's like a motor car sized satellite, right? Let's just say let's take the argument. It's a motor car sized satellite, which is quite a big satellite. Yeah. And you think that you can see it from 50 miles away? You're fooling yourself. You cannot see a city from 50 miles, let alone a motor car.
Because you can't see the city because the Earth is round. That's the curvature. If I look like if there's
Otherwise
no
you would be able
buildings,
to get a telescope and look to the horizon and you see Africa.
No, because you know that our
You
atmosphere
would,
is moisture. Yeah. You know
Okay,
that?
how is that?
Did you know that?
Yeah.
Okay. So how am I meant to see through all of that
got
moisture?
moisture in it.
It's got when you're looking to say America or whatever, you're going to have so much moisture in that. Not only that, like even the Eiffel Tower from 100 miles is so tiny that you could probably not see it on the clearest day, even if you were
Okay, so
above
what
it.
if you were to get a thermal imaging camera?
Yes, and a guy has done that.
Is it
His name is
moisture?
listen and learn. Jay Tolan, go and look this up. He's taken a thermal imaging camera from an airplane, and he can see all the way down the coast of California.
But what
over
about
1,000? You guys don't want to hear my answer, so you've got 1 more
You're
minute of my
talking an
time.
awful lot
Yeah,
compared to
because
how
I'm
much
here to
we're
teach
talking.
you. Because you
We're
guys
here
need
to have a
schooling.
conversation.
Well, you're not
You're
listening
teaching
to my
us on how
information.
the planet. This is what you think the planet is.
No, I don't.
What do you think then?
I think that I already said it's
What shape is
electromagnetic
it? Like an
torus.
apple?
Yeah, and we live inside it. So when you cut that apple open, where
Okay,
you
so
see the
what,
seeds.
what,
Whoa,
what
son,
country do
son,
you sit in and
running
you're
out
in
of
a
my time
valley and
now.
it's like
You-
this?
What?
What country do you sit in and you see walls of the earth going like that when you're in the top of the apple where the stalk is?
No, I didn't say that. You're
An
not
apple,
listening to me.
it has a
See,
bit where it
if
goes
you
in.
listen,
You should be able
you
to
would
stand
hear
in
the
there and it will go
answer.
up,
No,
wouldn't it?
no. My
It would,
answer
it would
is-
go like this all around you. Where's that
My
at?
answer is, this is triggering.
Where the aliens
I know,
are.
But it's but when you cut the apple open
Yeah.
and you see the seeds on the inside there,
Yeah.
that's where we live.
But
Those are our
what
countries.
about when
getting hard, yeah, I know, it's getting really hard.
when you see a ship go over the horizon, you can see it.
Yes.
Like you don't see the bottom of it as it goes over.
Yes, that's known as angular resolution.
Yeah.
And the higher you go, guess what? The further you can see.
Yeah,
So
of course.
so when
because
you write
if
by
you
the-
think about a globe like this, it's going over. At here, you won't be able to see the bottom of it because it's going over.
Would
if
you
go
agree?
up,
Would
you
you
get an
agree?
angle
Yes.
to go down, so you see more of it.
Okay. Would you agree that good science demands that you see something, you observe something, you hypothesize, and then you go and measure?
Yes.
Okay. So
But you
have you ever measured curvature? The curvature you just described? Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
I know. I know.
have I
Imagine
measured it?
actually measuring something.
Yeah,
This is why they call it
I've
belief.
I've seen many documentaries
I'm
where
sure
flat
NASA have
Earth
measured.
people have been like, we're gonna
so you
figure it
know-
out.
you-
Wait,
you
wait,
already
wait, you need to
quiet.
let me speak
Yeah,
now.
go on then.
Yeah, so they go to figure out that the Earth is flat. They put one
Hope you
light.
guys are sharing this, huh?
They put one light
Yeah.
at whatever the curvature is meant to be, 8 miles or whatever.
A laser?
And, yeah, a laser. And they point it through, and that's meant to be where the hole is on the other side.
Yes.
If the Earth is flat, then it should go through the hole, and it doesn't.
Okay. Do you understand that light scatters?
It's a laser.
Well, even laser, powerful lasers scatter.
What would it scatter off? There's nothing for it to scatter off. It's
What?
going straight.
I thought we already agreed that this atmosphere was full of water.
I know, but
Have you
you'd
heard of
see it.
Boyle's law?
You'd be able to measure it diffract. If it was diffracting, you'd be able to measure it.
See where it goes. And it's not a thing of it just doesn't go through the hole. You can see where it goes, and it goes just below.
I know, that's a National Geographic disinfo thing. I've seen that too, but I've got lots of friends who've done the mirror experiment. Okay, so if you guys believe that the water is curving, I invite you to go and measure it. If you can't measure it, trust me when I tell you, and remember this, you are clinging to your belief system. Go measure it.
How does phone signal work if there's no satellites?
Why? I'm staying in Nunny at the moment. How come I got no phone signal there if it's a satellite?
Because they don't have 100% coverage of the whole Earth.
Oh, please. Let me tell you what it is. Satisfy. If you look into the sat phone industry, you'll find that there's plenty of areas without coverage. So there's two things that are at play here. One, it's a ground tower that you're picking up your phone from, and the triangulation for your GPS is done on ground tower to tower. Once you go outside, in fact, the data industry
GPS stand for?
Ground positioning satellite. What system?
Global positioning system.
You can take that. You can make the G anything you want. God positioning if you want to.
What about the person that made it? Called it global positioning system.
What if the data industry tell us that 99% of all data traffic is undersea cable and not by satellite? So if it was satellite,
because it's so much faster undersea.
Here's my answer. You asked me the question. The answer is that most of it is tower to tower, and then there are satelloons that they use, and they've been doing that for 50 years. In fact, balloons with. Didn't you see recently the Americans shot down a Chinese spy balloon? Did you see that? Yeah. How much more evidence do you need?
It fell to the floor, didn't
it? It did.
Not because of
buoyancy. But why? Because the helium
can we go back
away.
to gravity?
Your time's up, boys. Thanks very much. I'm moving on. Guys, we do not live on a spinning stone. You've been lied to about where you live. We cannot live on the underside of a spinning rock. Water will always flow downhill. The government has you in a belief system called gravity. Gravity is a theology designed to make you believe you come from apes. The evolution of ape to man is another diminution of our Creator. Our Creator says that we are born perfectly. Don't walk near me. I'm in public. Please, excuse me. You cannot put your hand up. Ma'am, I'm standing here.
Please turn your camera away from me. There are
walk away if
people
you want me to film you.
living in this house.
Yes.
So I'm asking you not to keep shouting because you're disturbing
I'm sorry.
people living here.
And
Which is why we have an agreement with this place that we don't put any
Are you the same lady
music.
who came earlier on and told me I couldn't be here because the manager?
I didn't. I said, have you asked the
And then you went to
manager?
ask the manager,
And the
then
manager wasn't there.
Then please stop walking towards me.
Then please stop
2 years
filming
ago,
me.
you would have been insisting on social distance.
Stop filming.
No, walk away. Walk away. I'm filming here. I'm entitled to film here. This is a public space. See that there? That's filming us all the time.
Distracting the
You.
elderly people who are
This is
living
the second time you come to me with a straw man. What happened to the manager? You were going to bring the manager. Oh,
I've
well, there
already
you go.
gone to ask him.
Okay, good. I'm telling you people, you do not want to hear the truth. Why? Because your system requires for you to stay dumbed down so that you will never realize the truth of who and what you are. The truth is that we are created by God. You've had your time, son.
Why would they do that?
To minimize you. It's a good question.
What
Why
does
would
it
they
do?
do that? To make you a mental slave.
How does
To
it change
enslave you?
How does that?
Good question, yeah. Why are they lying about that? Why are they lying about evolution? Why are they lying about religion? Why are they lying? Why? Because they don't want you to know that you are God.
Right now, bro.
That you are God. That you carry the scintilla of the Creator. That as Jesus said, you are the Christ. And at first, the truth will be mocked. Try to convince a man that he is being lied to.
You're getting mocked, not because you're telling the truth, but because
I
you're
am telling you today that this idea that you evolved from apes is nonsense. You are created by the Creator perfect, and we are all equal here. But people in high vis want to tell me that I can't come and stand here and tell you this information.
I'm trying to sell things here.
Yes.
Please.
I'm trying to inform
Yeah,
people.
but just not so loud.
I'm sorry,
Please.
if it's affected your
Just
sales.
the volume.
That does
Just
bother
the
me.
volume.
I've only got a few more minutes
It's
left.
only volume. Okay.
Yeah.
Just the volume. Keep it
Yeah.
down.
I can't. Where are you? Which stall are you?
Just there.
Wow, you can hear me from up there?
Yeah, yeah. You're loud.
Well, I do hope
You're
that I've
very
helped
loud.
people today. Dear friends, I'm here to tell you that this idea that you live on a globe and come from monkeys is the biggest religion today. You lost faith in Christianity or Islam, whatever, so they gave you this scientism to make you think that you evolved rather than you are the center. They want to minimize us, control us, get us to wear nappies on our faces and take needles in our arms. Why? Why? Because they do not want you to ascend, to become the higher self that you truly are. Honey, if you're watching this, I'm probably going to walk away from the stream soon because I can see the hive, there's people getting themselves upset. Did you want a flyer?
It's all right, I believe it.
Oh, cool. There's no need for belief, but you know it.
Yeah.
Good for you. Shake my hand. My name's
I think you're
Dave.
very brave, Dave. I think
Thank
you're doing
you.
great stuff.
Thank you very
But
much.
they're not listening, but if they listen,
It'll at least start the conversation with people and go, you know, there was some nutcase saying that we do live on a, and at least people might start to look into it, you know, and go, hey, hang on,
they
you know?
just need to look at
Because we know, yeah, and a lot of people know that the last 3 years has been a great big
that's
scam.
made a big impression on people.
A lot of people
it really
know that.
has, because they're asking questions that.
But
so
even
exciting.
though so even though people have been lied to by that, you still see Trinity 4. And this is my second channel. The last one they took away from me because I was in South Africa for a year trying to inform the Africans that they were being misled with the Coney virus. You know what I mean. I can't say it because they took my channel away.
Really?
I can't talk about needles and masks and stuff like that because.
So you can't say it on your
No, they ripped my channel down. I had thousands of subscribers and then they took it away.
Twitter now. That is a shame.
Yeah.
Open that up. So.
I
don't know,
Yeah,
but he's letting a lot more through, so I like that. I love that. I don't know whether I trust him. This year they're going to wait and see.
Well, I tell you what I think they're doing.
Stuff down. They might be letting it through a bit so they can still control that.
I've got this feeling they're trying to create like an anti,
maybe?
no, like a if you look into the astrology, I think they want to create like an anger in the people. So you're seeing a lot more people coming out now and saying, the needlecraft is causing people to die suddenly and all that sort of stuff. Well, I think they want to eventually get people angry so that there is an uprising. I think the uprising is almost
that they can then use to bring in military
martial law. You see, and so you need people
it's
to
just
believe.
difficult to know.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm just thinking positive. I think it's very positive that people are questioning as much as they have. You know, I didn't get anything in my arm, but that's because I just knew something was wrong, but I didn't know what was wrong.
Yeah.
And it's only since then that. But there's so much information you really can find out. A lot. It's just if you don't ask, you'll never. You know, someone with a mask.
I did. You know. I mean, I was brought up in South Africa, and Elon Musk's name never came to my, that family or that name never appeared to me until the last, say, 10 years. And then he sells PayPal or something for $300 million, right? Now, $300 million is 6 days of NASA's budget.
Yeah.
So how in 6 days of NASA's budget can you then overtake what NASA has been doing for decades? With his SpaceX.
Oh, with SpaceX. Oh, I see. Yeah. So you're saying that he built that with the money from?
Yeah.
He built SpaceX with that money.
Yeah. Well, how does he do that? With 6 days.
Well, because NASA doesn't exist, so he's not doing what they say they're doing. Also, they don't. That money doesn't go
to outer space. So he never put a car, his Tesla car.
But that was meant. That I think. That was meant to wake people up, because he says in that interview, in one of the interviews, he says, "Oh my God, look, it's so ridiculous.
It looks fake. It must be real."
Yeah.
But he gets some of his funding. SpaceX gets some of his funding from NASA, so he is inside the system. So, but
maybe they don't. Maybe because there's so many levels to this, that maybe the people who are allowing the funding to him
don't know that it's all a con, because they're not the ones not going out to outer space. I don't know.
I'd be willing to hear that from someone who knows as much as you do, but my honest opinion
I just
is
kind of,
that
I think the only way to navigate this is to understand the big lies and then try and work your way between what's being shown now and what possibly is the truth. I mean, in some way is the middle part, because there's truth on both sides, apart from the fact they went to the moon, that clearly didn't happen.
they clearly didn't go to the moon, but for me it's about dialectic. The system is always pushing us one way and pulling us the other, and getting us in a state of division between the two. When the truth might be that actually the whole story is about you, that the center of this person
I definitely think that's true.
about you. And so for a lot of us truthers, particularly in flat earth, we end up sort of arguing over what models and what shapes and all that sort of stuff.
Which isn't necessarily, no, and I think a lot of people have said it's not how specific you get into what the shape is of the earth. It's just not what they said it is. And then you've got, once you establish why they might have done that, that's when you get into understanding what the control system is. And as soon as you know that, then you're halfway to freeing yourself to being able to see through most things that might try and trap you or harm you. So that's better. So you're one step ahead, and then you can help other people. And then you can also just say to people, you've got to look more. You're not looking. You're not asking the right questions, because everything's out there. There's so much information. It's unbelievable. You've got to know where to look. So, and actually, you don't even have to look too far. You've just got to look at all. Any kind of alternative media will get you questioning these things. And then it doesn't mean that we all have to. I mean, there will be. Some people say there is no one truth, but I personally think there is a truth here. But we might not get to it, but we might get close, or at least come along parallel to it. At least we're not putting money in the same hands that we were.
So I like to say this to folks, is that Jesus said these words, that I am the way, the truth, and the life. And I think that what he was meaning, or what's meant by that, is that you look in the mirror and say
I
those
100%
words,
agree with that.
I am the way, the truth, and the life.
I think one of the things that might stop people listening to you is if you talk too much about that, because people are so, as you said, they're so moved away from religion, because it's so controlled.
Well, you see, because I'm not into any religion. I don't support any religion at all.
But I love Jesus as a teacher, but I don't support religion. But when you start saying, I'm just as a not word of advice, but like it's how some people can cut off. It's because they need those things because of the cognitive dissonance. They need a reason to not listen to you. If you just go with your senses will tell you that the earth is flat. If you go with that model, kind of like Eric Dubay does a lot. He mostly goes in just with the but I do agree that it probably leads to the divinity of us.
That the way to
I
God
definitely
is
think
only through you, not through your preacher, not through your science, whatever.
100%. But if you want to start them looking at the flat earth possibility and why they've lied to us, then less down it's your divinity. And because I absolutely agree, it goes there. But and more down just look at what the facts are. That they never proved gravity.
And the moon landings and so on. And for me, flat earth is like a gateway.
Yes, it's a gateway drug. It is.
Exactly.
It's a gateway drug to the truth.
And it's the way in to, there's a lot more.
100%.
But you've got to walk through that door first before you're ever going to see.
I actually got there later. I got there because of the COVID lie.
Really?
So I got to flat earth through COVID being a lie.
Brilliant.
And then it was like, wait a minute, they lied about that. They could lie about And then it's the why then. As soon as you get to the why, the whole thing breaks open. It's amazing. It's really interesting. Anyway, lovely
local?
to meet. Yes, I'm in Frome.
Oh, wow.
Are you local as well?
I just happen to be staying here for a month.
Oh,
in Nunny.
okay. Oh yeah, Nunny's beautiful.
But I'll be in what's the name?
But I saw your things. I've been taking photos and sending people. My brother said, "Did you put that on the street?"
Oh, from the other day when I was over there. And in fact, on the wall there, just off the boots, it still says flat Earth.
Does
and
it?
no one's washed it off.
Oh,
that's been there a month. But lovely to meet you.
Yeah, very nice.
You've got my card.
Yes, I have.
So
I have.
Check it out. Trinity 4 on YouTube.
Okay. You're doing good work.
Thank you. Hi.
So, if the world was like spinning, why is all the water not like flowing around? If it was, then all the people would be dizzy. If it was spinning.
Give me 5. You're absolutely right. Obviously, your science teacher won't let you pass your exams if you tests if you say that. But I used to say that when I was your age. I asked my teacher, "But why aren't we just flying off?" And they said, "You have to believe gravity is holding you on, and you can't feel it, and all this sort of stuff." And it made me angry with school because I was like, "Wow, I have to believe stuff that I can't test." So you may have to answer the question the way they want you to while you're in school, but always know that you are the center and that they're trying. The teacher doesn't know this. The teacher's not lying to you. She's teaching you what she believes to be true. So they're only doing it because they believe that too. But they don't realize that they've also been kind of brainwashed into, misleading themselves and us. And I think that you are the center of creation and a very intelligent young lady. So good luck to you, huh?
Hello, sir. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm on. Flipping freezing, isn't it?
Too. Well, Stan, at least you're walking, but yeah, I can.
Well, yeah, totally. And the hands are freezing. Sir, I absolutely no problem with what you're doing at all, obviously. But we have had a couple of complaints reference to shouting.
Yeah.
I think it's an elderly residences here.
Yeah.
If you could refrain from shout, I would really appreciate it. But how's it going? How are things going? Okay.
Great. Yeah, no, great. I've had a nice day. I was in Glastonbury a few weeks ago, and I
was there yesterday.
Were you?
Yeah.
I did feel like Glastonbury. I got more people saying, "I know this, well done," and so on. I found people that had been a little bit resistant, but that's okay. You know, I mean, my message comes from love. I have been a little bit voluminous. And I do apologise to anyone who's been upset by that. I'm not meaning to upset anybody, but I know that the officials here, the Yellow Jackets, were a little bit concerned about that. And of course, I don't want to upset any of the people that are sleeping this afternoon.
No, that's really good. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Well, can you have a good day? Yeah.
You too.
Look, stay safe. Take care.
Yeah, well, guys, I'm grateful for the 42 folks that are in the chat. I continue to have a good day here. It's been interesting. Is it only 2 hours 50? It feels like an awful lot longer today. I did that 4.5 hours in Glasgow the other day. Time seemed to whiz by, but here it's been a little bit like sticky. I've had much more. And only 27 likes. What the heck are you guys up to? Are you not enjoying this? Yeah, I have had a little bit more kind of pushback today from the folks here, You saw the community officer there who came and approached me. He was filming actually, and I didn't really want to be contentious. Contentious, but he should have told me that he was filming. That's not good form. I think it's right that, I'm obviously filming, and as you saw earlier on, a woman was trying to get up in my grill for filming, and it's like, I'm filming, you can't come stand on my face and tell me not to film. When I'm filming, I'm entitled to do that. So I'll stay here a little while longer. It is cold, but I'm not as cold as I was in Glastonbury the other day. Yeah, give us some thumbs up, guys. Oh, that's a little better. I've upset a few people here with the local people. And I know that my shouting actually can force people to move on more quickly than stop. So. But I've also reached a lot of people. A lot of people have been like, "Oh, what the hell? Let me pay attention to what this guy's shouting about, man." So that's a more pleasant sound, more footage. Yeah, but share this out if you don't mind. Get a few people watching. I actually, it's funny actually because, those folks who watched me years ago kicking off in Oxford and other places on that first Globe Live tour in 2018 would have seen me like just kind of getting like really up and rowdy, and of course in Speaker's Corner there's no problem for me doing that. No one's going to complain about that too much. But obviously here it causes people a certain amount of grief, and of course it's my message as well. As you can see, it's quite funny for people. Yeah, it's hard to prove you live on a globe. You can't prove you live on a globe. Anyway, I mean, and of course, you know, I've had more people laugh at me today in Snigger than I have in a long time, I have to say, you know. I mean, we're in a part of the world that is pretty, they're country folk more, you know, and even my accent is a bit foreign out here, so. Oh well. Earth is not a globe, friends. Earth is not a rock in space. Space is fake. And this is not other than this space. No. Well, first the truth will be mocked and ridiculed.
Even you got the police coming up, having a chit chat.
Yeah. We are indeed. Shake my hand. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah. Okay. Fantastic. Yeah, well that's really cool. I'll give you another one because you might want to give it to a friend.
I'm 100% with you.
Okay. Cool. Well, they're
it's
trying.
sad, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we saw what happened in early 2020, how quickly they locked everyone down and people just behaved themselves like good children. I mean, one of the funniest things for me was seeing like Hell's Angels bikers all wearing the nappy and it's like, yeah. You know, so-called hard men, they were all like, yeah. Don't want to. Yeah. It's all being given to you on purpose, yeah. Control the mind. Because once you have the mind, it's almost like you control the robot, you control the avatar, you control the body. You know? Exactly. Yes. Cool. I mean, yeah. Awesome. I like your style. Awesome. Yeah, there may be other worlds. Awesome. Yeah. And for your teacher, you know, this formula that we've got on here, and you should show them, well, so we should be able to scientifically measure over just an Olympic-sized swimming pool this curvature that they say is there. Even that 15-meter distance should show some curvature, and we can't show that. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. I like it. Things are not as far as we believe they are. Yeah. Earth is not as. Yes. Yeah, maybe more than that. And even inside of our sort of ball or our little dome that we're in, or place that we're in. But if you think of the realm as like a grape, there could be other grapes on the vine. Well, we think that there were giants before. That's why there's such big doors in places. Yeah. Yes.
It's like we used to, the whole planet was basically, you know, all the old buildings that we've got and things like that, they were used with water basically, and they had like engines type things. It was all done with electromagnetic energy. There's a lot of our stone that's ionized, it's got metal in it, and everything's got like an antenna on top.
Yes.
So it's like, it was to create free energy. So they use water, like hydrotherapy and all that, but they use the force of water to create the free energy.
Yes.
You know, I can't fully think about, I'm not very good at explaining things sometimes, but yeah.
Yeah, we call it antiquitech, the stuff on the top of the churches and so on, and that they were harvesting energy from the ether.
Yes,
and then that they were using water as part of that to keep people well. That's why people lived for 1,000 years.
Yeah, exactly, we were healthy.
You know, and there were giants on the earth. That's why we have these massive doors for people. And I also started to think just yesterday that those shrunken heads they got from South America, they were never shrunken. They were just very small people.
Probably, yeah.
Because I don't know how you would shrink. Take me a chicken carcass and show me how you can shrink that down into a tiny little chicken. No,
you can't. No, you can't.
So I believe that they were tiny people and large people.
Yeah, definitely, 100%.
And the mud flood, have you looked into the mud flood?
I looked at the mud flood, I looked into all that, where they destroyed everything, basically, and destroyed all the buildings.
All around here, there's windows at the ground level, and there's basement floors.
And also, everything is connected underground with channels to do with water and canals and everything as well.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Oh look, now that
everything's a lie, unfortunately. Everything they tell you in here is a lie. It's all a lie.
Yeah.
I know.
Let me see if I can get some flyers out.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Likewise. Do you want some information on the electromagnetic universe?
Oh yeah, please. Thank you.
Well, they didn't say what the experiments are, it's the experiment proves.
Some information? Guys, want some info on the electromagnetic universe?
Oh yes, please. Thank you.
Cool. I'm stiff. Standing in the cold does make me stiff. Some information? Electromagnetics. Check it out. I'm running out of flyers actually. Not that I've given away that many, but the bulk of my flyers are in storage. I haven't actually spoken to the chat at all. I do apologize. Nick, you're still there. Oh, is this all the way from back then? My gosh. Let me just drop to the bottom there. All roads lead to Rome. We agreed to that. Hey Martin, you still there, buddy? Oh, hey honey. I see the Trinities in the chat. That's Andrew's channel. Or our backup channel, as you probably know. That's FD. Preconception. The Trinities, a coffee for you and Dave, coming at you all very much. Thanks very much, I do appreciate that. I was gifted some money the other day and I also wanted Dean sent me a tenner. I was very grateful for that. You know, we appreciate the support. I obviously walked away from my home. I walked away from my life, we lost our home 3.5 years ago. So as you know, we've been on the road for that long, relying sometimes almost entirely on support from flat earthers. Yeah, kick-ass. Hey, how you doing?
Not to interrupt you, are you a flat earth?
Yeah, you could say that.
I'm just fascinated.
Okay.
I find it an interesting concept. But why is the spherical Earth the wrong idea? Like, what are we being lied to? Why would they be lying to us?
Okay, I think the Earth is, or the world that we see is spherical.
Okay.
But we live inside the sphere.
So it's like a flatland kind of thing.
Yeah, so if you had to take an orange, anything you see like a pumpkin, whatever, in nature it's round, yeah? But the seeds are in the center.
Right.
And I think the seeds in the center are what we would call continents. So and that's at the micro and macro level. So the same is true with you. You're an electromagnetic being with a big light aura around you, but all I can perceive is this material, physical element of you, which is the seed in the center of the bigger version of you. So you know, for me, fluid dynamics was one of the big things that kicked me out of the globe belief system, because water will always find its level. Once it's run downhill, it's going to pool, and that pool will settle at level, and we can measure that to be parallel to the next pool down.
Yeah.
And then we get, eventually that pool will get to the ocean, which is a horizontal flat body of water. So I think we live inside of the bit that you and I, the material bit that you and I are experiencing, is like a lake. We're inside of a big lake, and we can't get out of the top of it, the roof. NASA faked that about being able to get out. No, we can't get 100 miles up. We can't go down more than 8 miles. That's the deepest we've ever dug into the floor. And as far as we know, the further you go away from the equator, the colder it gets. And therefore, eventually, we know that things, once they get past zero, they start to freeze. Colder than zero. So we think that there is, eventually it just gets so frozen and frigid, there is sort of ice that creates a barricade, if you like, from the water leaving the pool.
So what's NASA's sort of true purpose in all this, then, do you think?
The same as the Vatican, really, is to deceive people, is to constrain the spiritual progress of mankind.
But how does it constrain us in that way? Like space exploration, well, obviously if you believe space exploration hasn't happened.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so the only space that we have is between you and me. There's some space.
Right.
But outer space, which is what you were referring to, is outside of the containment that we're inside of. So let's say we were living inside of my orange. We wouldn't know what was outside of that orange. And as far as we know, it might be water, but that I'm only offering as a hypothesis. I cannot prove that. There's some evidences when I look at the way that the stars seem to work. It looks almost like sunlight on the bottom of a swimming pool, how that can, in the moving water, can create this sort of flickering effect. Well, that's what I think. So what are these things designed to do? Is one, to give us a sense that we are insignificant, because I was, by the way, a believer in evolution. For most of my adult life, I believed in evolution.
And now what do you believe in?
Now creation. Like you are
from a being or God? Or
from a higher source, yeah.
Okay.
Let's call it God, just for the sake of language, but God may just be a man-made word.
Sure.
So there's something way greater or bigger than, more magnificent than us. But like I say to people, if I take that orange again and I take one tiny little cell out of the orange, that tiny cell, although it's much smaller than the orange, is perfect orange, flavor, color, everything. It's perfect orange, but it's its own unique little cell inside of that orange, just like you and I are. It's a unique little cell inside God, inside creation, inside Gaia, whatever you want to call this place. And so that creator, in a way, two ways of looking at this. Either some kind of evil, satanic kind of entity has taken control of that so that it can control your soul growth, or you have a soul contract with yourself to kind of come through the fire and see whether you can make it out the other side. And so I say to people, as a captain of a ship, if you want to get your captain's license, you truly want to sail all sorts of conditions before you know that you can handle the lot. So our world has been created possibly as a sort of a school, to see a soul school, to see whether, if you can, and if you can't, no big deal. Just you may recycle back around and try again in another life.
More in sort of a Buddhist way. Yeah. No, I see that. Okay, but no, I mean, it's just a fascinating idea, I think.
Yeah.
As an alternative.
Did I give you my flyer on electromagnetics?
I'll just take a picture of this. That's all right.
Yeah, this is an old banner of mine. And you can go and check that stuff out. But this is okay. All right, brother. Well, good luck, man, and enjoy your lunch.
I haven't got rid of them too, have I? Yeah, you can have one too.
What
Last thing you want is plastic, isn't it?
Plastic?
It's the last thing you want.
Oh, plastic's okay. I don't believe in climate change. They're trying to make humans feel bad about everything that we do, and I don't think you can destroy the earth.
I've had a chat with this man before.
No, it's not people.
Yeah, hey, how you doing? I remember you.
It's not people.
Yeah,
That's the problem.
you go back a few weeks
People
or
are
two.
the problem, but there's just too many of us. But that's not our fault.
That's another lie. I don't think that's true. They just want to make us feel bad. So if you believe that, if you believe that,
they're what? The Illuminati?
Maybe. But this idea that we should be culling humankind is one of the eugenics
No, it's
programs,
wrong.
you know?
It's wrong.
Yeah, it's wrong. So,
It's wrong.
But once you start saying there's too many of chickens in my chicken
Oh
house,
yeah,
you've got to
it's
start
not a
cutting
good thing
few necks, right?
to do that. It's
Yeah.
not a good thing to do that, because you start saying things, you start making them real, Yeah. And it's like a kind of magic, and if you've got to think good things, and then good things will happen.
Bill Gates says, if our vaccine program is effective, we'll reduce population by 15%. Something like that.
Yeah, well...
And I don't really go with that guy at all.
No, I'm not going with anyone like that.
So anything that's kind of demeaning to you and all of us is for me part of the deception.
Yeah, there is a deception. I do agree with you.
You've probably travelled quite a bit in your lifetime. And like me, I've gone thousands of kilometres, miles, and I'm like, there's no one here. There's so much open space. How can we be overpopulated?
It's only in certain bits, isn't it? Like in cities and things like that.
No, I reckon the Earth could handle 10 times, 50 times the population we have, but they've squashed us into the cities.
Yes.
And made us reliant on their supply chain rather than letting fruit trees grow everywhere.
Yeah.
Because if fruit trees were allowed, there's so many seeds in one orange, you could have a million oranges
it would
in
all.
2 years' time.
Yeah, of course it would.
You see what I mean? But
Yeah.
they cut all them trees down.
I know.
And then we have to go to Tesco's to buy them.
Yeah.
Rather than...
you should be writing poetry and songs, man.
Cheers, brother.
I tried to do the same message, but with songs.
All right. Oh, well, good luck to you.
But,
good luck to
I've been banging on about it for years, and only now are people starting to... They're all starting to realise that...
We're being misled.
Yeah,
and
big
being
time.
misled to go to war with each other, even in our own minds, go to war with ourselves. Oh, I hate what we are as humans. We're a scourge. We're destroying the planet. All that kind of nonsense.
Yeah,
right?
well,
And in fact, we can't destroy this thing. This thing is...
It's an incredible thing. It's beyond us. It cannot be destroyed by us.
Yeah. But your body and this earth should be taken care of. We should look after you. You should be a good master, a shepherd of yourself.
We should look after each other.
And we should be the curators of the earth too. So I'm not suggesting we should just pour poisons and bleachers down on everything. No. We should love the earth and we should love ourselves. But it starts with
Well said. It's bloody simple.
Yeah, it is. Cheers,
and what about the extraterrestrial thing?
Well, on a flat earth theory, we think that there might be other lands. You see that there's other land or extra terra being Earth,
terra firma,
So we think that there might be more land, and they're hiding the truth of that, and there could be other people that look different.
Or other realities running alongside of this
other
one.
realms. Well, there's certainly other.
There's got to be in an infinite
universe. There's other realms, and even at the electromagnetic level, we know that there could be a motorway, a highway running right through the town, and you wouldn't even know it.
Again.
Good luck, brother.
Yeah.
Peace.
Yeah. Peace and love.
Yeah. Actually.
Yeah.
Cheers, man.
Great one.
Cheers.
Nice to meet you.
Likewise.
Yeah.
Likewise. Give it a thumbs up. Just that conversation alone should give you a thumbsing up, man. Because sometimes guys who've had some of the rougher, life experiences, and they really don't like this message. But sometimes they're like, I connect right to that message. So that's awesome. Thumbs me up. Darling, so if you are in the chat still, let me just check. I think I might hit the share. You're very good at sharing this out, so I do appreciate that. Hey, Mark. Also, thanks for your support. And I had a great conversation with a guy called JP. And he calls himself Run Boston Bear, and he sent us a little donation the other day, which was very nice of him. Obviously we need the support is important for us, to get through what we get through. So, hey, Mark, I wouldn't mind if you shared this on your beautiful channel. Whatever. Lady's not gonna enjoy this, you can tell straight away. Please take a photo, put it on your social media, that would be nice.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, have a nice day. I've got a few more towns to visit over the next few weeks, guys. This is going to be, I think, a warm year for me and Activism. We have been supported by God and by Flat Earthers and a few others. To be where we are, we have more to do. But I think almost more than getting a little bit of coin in the pocket, is to get the message out that we can do this, that people can get out into the streets and share the word, because while we stay in the echo chambers of the true you, and hopefully I haven't said anything that upsets the Al Gore's rhythm today. But if we get out into the... There's my friend there. Get out of my face, she said. But she came to my face. Is to really encourage people to get out there and do this, man, because the echo chamber is easy to control, and I know this lady, lovely lady, a little while ago with her daughter, so cool, comes to talk to me flat, she says, and it's only been since the COVID that sparked the investigation. So, and just this little bit of chalk here, said the apple cart. At first they will mock. It's easier to convince a man he's been fooled, or it's easier to fool a man than convince he's been fooled, and a lady, for that matter, and a lady too. So, yeah, did you see the very beginning today? They try to evict me right at the beginning here. You're not going to be able to be here. Right. Come to Cardiff. Martin, my brother, I am coming to Cardiff soon. Let's say in the next month. We'll try to make a date, and if you can rustle up some of your friends from the local area to come and join us in the street. I mean, I don't know if we'll use exactly the same spot that we did last time we went in Cardiff. I think you know the town extremely well, and you know, if we can find a high thoroughfare thing. We've got this new banner coming. You know, for me, the new banner is really trying to take the message a little bit away from the flat Earth thing. You know, obviously it's great, and I don't mind that, you know, this banner, but I also need to kind of move on a little bit and try and get, you know, I mean, that lady was saying to me, don't mention Jesus. I've had other people say that to me before. Don't mention Jesus, it's going to frighten people off. So, you know, part of me feels like I need to say, you know, you are the Christ. And another part of me is like, you know, the flat Earth triggers people, but I can't help but say flat Earth because I need to trigger people in a way. I need to get people that themselves up at least to start talking about it. So we're up to 38 likes. So I do appreciate that. I'm going to quickly walk. I'm going to come back here in like 1 minute. I'm just going to walk down here and show you guys something while the live is still running. The live stream is still running. This is Frome, and I came here a few weeks ago, and that guy just now, I actually spoke to him on one of my visits here. I don't know if it was the same visit. I think I've been twice before. I really enjoyed the Glasgow session the other day, so I will be going back there. But I wrote on this wall here a month ago, maybe it's a month ago, and I want to show you it's still there. No one has had the gumption to kind of wash it off. So I thought I'd show you this quickly. No one's washed that off. I mean, you've got to ask yourself the question: are people so in such a daze that they, you know, that they can't kind of go, oh, that's annoying me, I'm going to wash that off. It's just chalk. Oh, that's fantastic. I'm so pleased that that's still there, and that's been there, as I say, a month. I'm sure hundreds of eyes have been cast upon it. So that's great. Thank you, DJ. Thank you for the hearts and the love. Nice to see you, Hippie. Yeah, become a Patreon as Hippie Shakes. I had 5 or 6 Patreons, but I lost their support for you know, reasons of, well, maybe I wasn't doing enough. So to be fair, no foul, and I haven't done Patreon only content at this point in time. It's just, you know, my life is busy enough, and so on and so forth. So, but I do appreciate any support that you can. Martin, thanks, brother. I've got of people watching, which is thanks, Matthew Northleaf.
Yeah. I just, yeah, I do appreciate it. I mean, there's Zetetic. Are you still there? I'm in Oliver's fist all of a sudden. That's funny. Nice to see you, Z, if you're still there. What day is today? Sunday. Okay. Maybe. Yeah, I had a few guys triggered earlier, hey? Oh, man, you know, and they're like, well, you know how it is, like it was the other day in Glastonbury. Those guys were, oh, this, that, and the rest. And the moment I turned the camera off, they started effing and anyway, much love to Tedek here. Critical Inception. Thanks, man. We support our own. Yeah, so I'm going to, you know, it's great. I'm hitting the high, the high water mark of the stream. But if you're new to the stream and you only just come along recently, then go back. There's been some interesting exchanges with the locals here, you know. And of course, they'll try and tell you that this was always meant to be. Look at this. Yeah, I think there's so much of the mudflood. Well, you know how unpopular I am. These guys don't love me. That's okay. I love you guys, and they don't love me for being so noisy here. I did get a little bit louder, and I never actually expected to be so loud. That's just, you know how it is. Like it always was. I just do what comes naturally once I'm in the street. It's almost like being on stage, I suppose. But this town, Frome, has got lots of evidence of the mud flood. I'm actually, this is not a big town. There's a lot of evidence of the mud, but see how this was dug out. So those windows are basically at street level. But this is a very small town, and I swear it's going to be important that I, don't mind me, gentlemen, don't mind me. It's going to be a case of if I come back to this town in future, they'll be like, we know you. You're not very welcome. You noisy African.
Oh, good.
You noisy African. I never saw your dad. I don't think I saw your dad.
No, he's just gone off again. He was here
Is he?
for ages.
Okay. Well, we'll see you again, eh?
Yeah,
Well, good luck. I gave you a flyer, right?
You did. Get some food.
I spoke to that lady a few hours ago, young lady. Her dad's fully flat, which is great. But yeah, I've upset a few people. I do apologize. I do apologize for the noise. I'm sorry about that. Yeah. I'm sorry about the noise, really. No harm meant. I'm sorry about the noise, people. I'm going to be on my way. I wish you well. Good luck and love from God. This lady here, she knows. Ma'am, take my flyer. Would you like a flyer? Would you like my flyer? No? No? The Africans know the earth is flat, eh? So, as you can see, oh, there's some folks here still. Have you guys looked into electromagnetic universe theory?
I can't say I have, no.
Can I offer you some information on it?
I mean, I don't know if I'm going to believe it, so probably don't
Please
waste
don't
your time.
believe anything. It's about looking at information and having critical faculties to kind of decide for yourself whether it's true or not. If I told you that a fire was hot and you didn't believe me, it wouldn't take long before you could establish that for yourself, right? Same as a hot air balloon will rise. It doesn't take much to be able to test that for yourself. Yeah?
In the same way it doesn't take much to
have
test
a hot
how...
air balloon.
Yeah.
Sorry? Say again?
You have to have a hot air balloon.
You'd have to have a hot air balloon, or you could go and watch one on a video, for example, and if you still didn't trust your senses, your video, you could go to a hot air balloon show, for example, and you would see that. You know?
Well, how many videos do you have to watch of the Earth not being flat to then not believe the Earth's flat?
How many videos do you think you watched of it being a globe before you believed that it was a globe?
Well,
see, when you were 6 years old, you were presented a globe in school and told that this is where you live, on a globe. And then for thousands of videos and pretty much every movie reference, they always show us that we live on some globe. In fact, Sandra Bullock was in a movie called Gravity, in which she was apparently in space, but we know that it was all done in a sound studio in Hollywood.
Cool.
That doesn't make it real. But when you see that the NASA astronauts practice their spacewalks in a swimming pool, and then you see bubbles on a real spacewalk, you start to think, could those bubbles have come from a...
Which bubbles?
If you have gone to look, you won't have seen it. But the BBC told us in 2015, and this is NASA admit this, that an astronaut almost died on a spacewalk. Why? Because his helmet filled with water.
It's because their suits have water in them.
That's what we're told, yes. So, well, how do you know? Have you ever tested a spacesuit?
No, but I've seen one.
Okay. Makes it real. So, did you know that a spaceman or an astronaut has never been in a spacesuit in a vacuum chamber on Earth? Now, if I was going into a vacuum, I would surely want to test that suit for its, integrity.
But going back to your thing about trust, you trust the scientist who invented the spacesuit to be able to say this is going to withstand a vacuum.
Okay, and then the one time that they did try that, the man's tongue boiled and he nearly died. So they've never done it again. And the vacuum that they create in NASA's massive vacuum chamber, which has got 8-foot thick walls, only gets to 10 to the minus 6 tall. And space is 10 to the minus 27 tall, which is many factors greater. So if they can't put a man in a spacesuit at 10 to the minus 6, would you really trust your life to go into 10 to the minus 27?
Sure. Because lots of other people have.
Really? How many?
Hundreds. Thousands.
Thousands? Do you know that there's only 12 people, according to NASA, that have been outside of low Earth orbit? 12 people, and those are the 12 apostles. 12 Apollo astronauts. That wasn't intended.
Good Freudian slip.
Yeah, that was intended. Because just like in religion, they give us these 12 apostles or 12 Apollo people that we're meant to believe. Like Jesus walked on water, we're meant to believe this stuff. Even though
but the ISS is way within atmosphere, so it's loads of things.
How high is the ISS?
About 12,000 miles.
12,000? You don't know? Okay. It's 250 miles apparently. And people claim that they can see it from space, from the Earth. But you know what, at 250 miles? Yeah, but 250 miles is about the distance, London's not even 250 miles from us. Do you think that you could see London from here? You can't. Even, in an aircraft.
Really bright light in London, you'd see it.
You think? Do you know that the brightest light that we can see?
The Earth's not flat, so there's too much curvature.
Well, first they will laugh and mock. But do you know that the brightest light that we make on Earth is called a lighthouse? And a lighthouse, the furthest it's ever been seen from is 80 miles. So your theory is already debunked.
It depends on the height of the lighthouse.
Height is important. It is an important factor. But the best lighthouse we have, 80 miles.
Hang on a minute ago it was 18, now it's 80.
No, I said 80, not 18. That's not very far, 18. But it's 80 miles and it's line of sight actually. And the world's record photograph over water is of a sunset behind the Carrigu Mountains, and that's 250 miles away. Now, if we lived on a globe, like they say, that's 1 mile high mountain should be behind the curvature of the water. So again, water dynamics is always going to find its level. It's going to run downhill and find its level. It's not going to sit on the side of a ball. It's going to run downhill and lake and pool. And where it pools, it's going to find level. And that pool, by the way, will be parallel to the next pool down the mountain, which will be parallel to the next pool. You can't just say no. You need to be able to evidence this crazy.
You've given us no evidence for any of your stuff yet.
What?
You've not given any evidence for anything you've said so
you
far.
You don't think water level or sea level, these are not accurate terms?
What, water level? Water always has a temperature. You can see the surface tension of water in a vessel that's this large.
Surface tension is, I agree with surface tension on the side of the vessel.
But all a cup of tea on a level thing here, and then you can put another one down there. Why is that not any different to having a lake at one point of a mountain and a lake at another point?
Exactly, but you could measure those two bodies of water to be parallel to each other.
But they're not parallel to each other. If they're in different parts of the world, they wouldn't be parallel.
Do you understand what parallel means?
Yes, two lines that run in the same direction.
Exactly. So I could have one at this height and one at this height, and in fact it doesn't matter if what angle say I've got 3 bottles of water. It wouldn't matter whether I had the bottle perpendicular or what angle I would have had the water.
But if the water was in Argentina and the water was in the UK and the water was in Afghanistan somewhere, the water would be different because you're at different points of the Earth.
On a flat Earth, it's all going to be parallel. But on a globe, of course, it's going to be. But on a globe, it's going to be at different angles.
But your underpinning assumption to all of this will justify the rest of it. Can't you see that? Like by having such an underpinning assumption that the Earth is flat, the rest of it you can then build on top of. But if you take away that assumption, the rest of it then fails as an argument.
That I could apply to this globe theory as well.
No, because
that gravity, the theory of gravity, is going to get water to stick to the side. Now, let me tell you that I did a physical experiment with a spirit level, a digital spirit level. I put it on the bottom of a plane on the foot
But
of
that
the
was
plane.
made by a scientist probably, so it's probably
Spirit
made
levels.
up.
Well, spirit levels don't need science. I mean, anyone can design.
Your
a spirit
phone's
level.
made by scientists. All of this is made by science.
Yeah,
it's all based off stuff that's developed by space.
And it really works, and I can test that. You and I can test that. Now, I make furniture with, and use a spirit level to do that. And if I was a builder, I would know that a spirit level is what I would do to make sure that my floor was perfectly level, right? So we understand that we can test the spirit level, yeah? Before you start throwing straw men at me, let me tell you that my own personal experiment is that I zeroed a digital spirit level on the floor of an aeroplane and then flew for an hour, and then when we landed, it was still at 0. And the same is true with the gyroscope in the plane.
It's the same surface of the
Yeah,
plane.
but you're now in the same place.
Well, how can I be in the same place if I've flown for an hour or 2?
No, because your spirit level has just moved places where it is. The level of that altitude, no matter what it is, you're still going to be level. The bottom of the plane is
No,
not
but if I
level.
start at one point and travel around the globe, let's say from South Africa to here.
What, so you're
as
now
I have
arguing my
done-
angle's going to change because of the different point of the
Of
Earth at which
course.
I'm on?
Yes. If you're on a globe,
But
if
spirit
you're on a
level is...
globe,
Levels much with gravity, and that pulls us towards the centre of the Earth. So it's about
how can you?
your angle compared
You'd have to
to the
have a
centre of
really
the Earth.
long spirit level.
Okay. Well, what you're doing is you're offering a theory or hypothesis as to counter what is common sense. Common sense says that if I'm in the east coast of England at the beach and I travel up into the highlands as I am now and then down into the west coast of England, I'm going to have risen up by 500 meters and then settle back down by 500 meters to get to the beach on the west coast of England. The sea level around the Great British Isles is the same, tidal variations aside. Now I can magnify that up to the United States or Africa, and it's exactly the same thing, that there is one sea level on Earth, east coast to west. That's what we experience. Now to say that gravity, this theory, is now going to affect this mechanical device, which is called what do you call it? The gyroscope, is going to affect that, is a theory that I cannot prove. So the gyroscope is like the artificial horizon that a pilot would use to determine whether his plane is level or either heading towards the ground or up away from the ground. That's what it is. And long before there were digital devices, pilots in World War II used exactly the same device to determine what was their ground, what was their flat. You can look around for more support from your other fellow religious believers in this globe. But the truth is, let me before you start asking me questions about this, let me offer you that the gyroscope is a mechanical device, and the idea that it's being attracted by
The Earth isn't a mechanical device.
there's loads of pilots who are on YouTube saying the Earth is flat, by the way, that they do not make allowance for
I've got a degree in
curvature.
astrophysics.
Oh my gosh, that's fantastic.
You're not going to convince me that.
Yeah, but you know what? This is classic indoctrination to believe in something that you
I was
can't tell.
indoctrinated for 3 years.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, much longer. No, much longer. All the way through school. All the way through school. It's all indoctrination. Check it out. Open your mind. Free your mind. Did you see that? An astro freaking physicist. I wish she'd stayed longer. I could have had a few conversations with her. She did catch me a little bit unawares there. Are you saying that, but because gravity, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, that's a great place to don't you think? A great place to... But you see, what's important is that she goes out And others go out and go, I saw this guy talking about the flat earth. Oh, what? It's a thing still? There's people talking about flat earth? And then people go and research it. Unfortunately, they find that prostitute Dave, pro-Pfizer Dave, before they find the truth, or at least people, asking good questions and seeking the truth of where we are. Astrophysicists, we come from apes. So it's amazing how smart these apes are. Anyway, smash that like button if you haven't already. Smash it twice if you have. I've had quite a day, but then we're up to 3 hours 33. It was 3:33. I could have crashed the call in, and then it would have been total Illuminati symbolism. You don't fear the numbers. I think the only thing we have to fear is ourselves. We have there's so much indoctrination, and the ridicule I received today is pretty much up there with one of the most intensely ridiculed days on the. Oh yeah, look, you don't even have to make this shit up. Look, people go about mudflood, right? People say, oh, you can't see it from this angle. 1 second. I'm going to stray into private property here. Well, private. I say private. It's actually. Oh, I'll turn this camera around. Check this out. See that? See that arch there? That's not just how you build. That's covering up what would have been an earlier archway into that building. See that? You never have to look far to find evidence of the cover-up of our realm. You don't have to look far. Anyway, I've definitely made quite a name for myself in food. People have taken some photos, and maybe even it'll go in there sort of. It'll go in there. Oh, let me get the leg from you, man. Maybe it'll go in there, kind of catalogue of. Did you see that crazy guy? Coming out the shape of the earth. Anyway, it's kind of crazy that the numbers of. I think you must have shared this, or someone shared this. I do appreciate that. Share this out and get the word out there. We've been smashing this town up with some truth. This is a little bit of chalk down, just to inspire people, entice people into looking at my thing. Anyway, you guys find it hard to believe, but doesn't matter where you come from on the plane. You've been excluded. Thanks for the thumbs, and do you do this as a full-time job? Yeah, did you hear that? I'm trying to. Oh, that's why she was the astrophysicist, right? You do this as a full-time job. Do you guys remember? I don't know. Andrew and I were talking about this the other day, actually, when we saw ESA, European Space Agency, in where was that? We were in some tiny principality near Italy or around in the Italian region on the 2019 tour. And the ESA boys came, they had an umbrella, so I immediately singled them out, the three of them. And man, I said to this ESA lady, I said, tell me, what is your best proof that we live on a spinning globe? She said, the sunrise. That's it? That's all you got? And the conversation went so well that by the end of it, she came back to me and said, you're a danger to society. And how ironic is that children are being pounded with this lie, and minimized and damaged by this lie, these lies. So, but we do live in a upside down world. Channels in the chat seem to recognize. Yeah. But you know what? It's like this town. Truly, I'm not trying to be funny, but if you go back over this 3-hour chat thing, you'll notice that I made a damn lot of noise here. I had an official come and ask me to tone it down. I had people angrily speaking to me. This guy's stall over here, he kind of got right up in my face. By the way, another stall holder, and I understand that my noise might have frightened people away from their sales, so I don't feel good about that part. This town will not forget that a flat earther came to town on their first market of 2023. But I've got a few weeks, maybe a month at least left in this region, but it's not a million miles away from Cardiff, Martin. So I'll be down there soon. We'll work something out, and we'll come there. And I think in the fullness of time, as the weather gets warmer and stuff, I'll be back in London. We'll be doing some stuff there. Speaker's Corner, really trying to crack some hard shells. But I can't. You know what? There is this saying that you've got to let a chicken work its own way out of the egg. You know. So at least now we've thrown a little bit of a hot blanket down on this town, and we'll hopefully there'll be more skulls. I mean eggs getting cracked in the not too distant future. So I'm so grateful for you guys coming by. 56 in the chat right now, which is the biggest number I've had on this channel. I was telling my family the other day, you know, there was a time, early days in Speaker's Corner, I walked out of Speaker's Corner, had over 1,000 views in one session. You know, those were the heady early days, 2018, where there was a lot of traction, a lot of support. So I'm just trying to build that up again, you know, because, well, one, I obviously need it, but I think also it does inspire people to go out and do their own little bit of activism as well. And I mean, there's nothing like the precious look on people's faces, the amazement and the stupor and sharing on the social media. You know, people will go and go, oh, what? There's someone talking about it. Either that's going to play into their hand, they're going to be like, damn, that's good. See, talking about that, that's good, man. You know, we want that. We want people putting the pictures up. Yeah, free the mind. Share that on your social media, please. So there you go. It's all good. It's 55 in the chat. I turn 55 in a few days' time, so I think that's a pretty good time to say, good go. I don't PayPal. I do coffee. We do have buymeacoffee.24, and then there might be one or two other avenues for that. But it's not obviously all about the money. But if you can, you know, we have relied quite a lot, even though this is not my job, it kind of is. You know, I threw my previous life with the government away, and of course you can't work in the government and then do what I do. These guys, slaves. I tell you, it is. But we have to be loving and understanding, you know, because if I get angry with these people, and I'm not that I'm never, you know, I'm not perfect, you know, I haven't got all my shit together, but yeah, you know, I mean, we are on a journey here, you know, and part of my journey is to do this, and part of my soul growth is to kind of come through this without caring so much that it's Brian, not caring so much that you know, we're going to be maligned, and we're going to be pushed out. In a way, that's the narrow path, isn't it? You know, if everybody was awake, we wouldn't have anything to do. It would be like, oh well, and you know, if you're going along with the flock is very easy. You know, you can hide in the flock, and it's very, very easy. So, and you see the official folks today. There was the policeman dude and others. There's not a lot they can actually do about it. You know, Obviously, I think they were making it up about people sleeping in here and it's daytime and whatnot, and I'm making a bit of noise. These guys maybe lost a few sales because of my noise, and I feel bad about. Obviously, I didn't want that at all. But there's not a lot they can do, if all you're doing is speaking. We still have some freedoms. I know, obviously, that it was very different. 2020, 2021 Christmas, I was forced off the beach from talking to people by police. As you know, Virgin Atlantic barred us for life from flying on their craft for not going the nappy route, facial nappies, facial towels. That's another story for another day. But yeah, let's see if there's a few more conversations to be had before I wrap this one up. I do thank you for your support and your thumbs up. Walking away, can't see it. Folks, this is what water does, right?
What do you mean?
The surface of water, it doesn't matter what the bottom of the pool looks like, the surface will be level.
But that's not true, though.
No. Aside from surface tension on the edge.
Yeah.
You mean you're going to say that surface tension on the edge could eventually form a ball?
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm just intrigued as to where that idea comes from.
What, water level?
Yeah.
You've never heard the phrase? You think that's a misnomer? That's just a word we use?
Well, no, I mean, that bottom diagram, for example, is locally level, right? If you were to take a segment of that arc, right?
Where, this one here?
Yeah, if you take a segment of that arc and pull up to there, then that's level locally.
Okay.
Right.
So you're a pretty scientific sounding kind of guy. Good science requires us to measure that. So if we think that there's curvature over water, we should be able to go measure it, right?
I believe that we have. Do you not think we have?
I know we haven't. I used to believe that we had, but I now know that we haven't. And I've gone out to measure it for myself, and I realize that I cannot prove that. I can see, obviously, if I'm right by the beach, waves and moisture in the air will occlude what I see, and I could consider that to be the curvature of the ocean. But if I take a powerful zoom camera and I watch a ship go away with my regular eyesight, and then 10 minutes later I pull up the zoom camera and I can bring that whole ship back into view, that's not bending.
The Folding Ideas video where he watches the boat go over the curvature on the lake that's over 17 miles long.
No, but tell me about it.
There's a very good video online of evidence of this, and there is a boat that, whilst you don't lose complete sight of it, you lose what is expected for what is supposed to be the curvature of the Earth.
Okay.
So it's about there is a lot of evidence out there, and I understand that your data is your data, but where do you draw the line then personally in your philosophy of what is accepted truth that has been handed down to us through generations or through the education system or whatever, versus what you consider to not be true, and why is it that the evidence regarding the Earth being a globe is not evidence, quote unquote?
Okay.
What is it about that bit of evidence that?
Okay. Well, firstly, I start with my senses, so what do my senses tell me? Firstly, my senses tell me that I'm not moving, and that when I come up from, say, South Africa, which is a flight I've done many times in my life, that I'm not sort of changing my perpendicular by 90 degrees, which is what you would be doing.
But when you're here, right, you can always be perpendicular to that surface, and locally you'll always be perpendicular, right? Like if you were to move like that, my thumb is always perpendicular to my forefinger.
Oh yeah. No, I totally get that. But let's just say that I'm in South Africa now on the globe, and my perpendicular is that the buildings are built this way off the side of the globe, and here in England they're built. This is the perpendicular here. I should be able to verify that theory by some form of measurement, and I can't.
But so this is perpendicular to the Earth here because that's my thumb. And then locally, if you come round to South Africa, they're still perpendicular because the curvature of the Earth is so big that locally it appears perpendicular. Well, it is perpendicular. Locally it is. It's just as you rotate over the surface of the Earth.
Yeah. Well, we use a thing called a plumb bob to establish perpendicular,
But that will always also work in that same way, right?
But on a flat Earth, that would also. So you've got to accept that.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that that's not a measurement then you can use to make a decision about whether the Earth is round or not. Is whether stuff is perpendicular to the ground or not isn't an admissible experiment. So the question comes back to things like things going over the horizon, like boats and things like that. Is that?
So did that video talked about angular resolution? The one you're talking about.
What is angular resolution?
Okay, obviously not then. So your angle of resolution will have a big determinant factor on how much of a thing that you can see. So for example, if we were 10 miles out of Frome, we might just about see the top of the church or a cathedral or something like that. But if we were still 10 miles out of Frome and we took ourselves up to 200 meters in a hot air balloon, we would start to see a lot more of Frome because our angle of resolution has altered. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay,
I think
so I've done this thing where I've flown over the Mediterranean, so I could stand on a beach front in the Mediterranean port and watch a ship go over the horizon, jump into an aircraft, go to 10,000 feet, and then see that ship again over what looks like a level lake because I've changed my angle of resolution. So the higher you go, the further you can see, which is why the crow's nest is put at the top of the ship. Why is the crow's nest at the top of the ship? Because the highest point will see the furthest away. We understand that. So once you're on the beach, you have a very low angle, really narrow angle of resolution onto that object. But if you went up to the White Cliffs of Dover, for example, on a clear day, you can see France. Yes, but in reverse, you can see from France, you can see the White Cliffs, all of the White Cliffs of Dover. So
well, it's interesting you say that because I've been to the White Cliffs of Dover and I've looked and you can't see the beach, but you can see the top of the cliffs.
From the top?
If you're stood at the bottom.
Because you've got a low angle of resolution. Think about that.
Well, no, because if it was flat, then you would be able to see across.
Angle of resolution.
But the angle of the resolution, where does that come from?
Okay, so if I'll give you an example.
So what is preventing you from seeing that? If the world is flat, what is preventing me from seeing the bottom of the cliffs over here? If I'm stood at the bottom of the cliffs here and the bottom of the cliffs here, how is angle of resolution stopping me from seeing the bottom of the cliffs there?
Well, in the same way as as I said about the spire of the church. Let me finish. So as the spire of the church, no matter where the spire or whatever, let's just say you're on a flat, acknowledged flat piece of earth. The further you are away from that, the less of the whole building you will see. But as you get closer to the church, you will start to see lower and lower down the spire. People have done this experiment on a tennis court, which is perfectly level, is that they put a camera or a head on the floor and then get someone... That? This is your angle of resolution.
No,
again,
what is the angle of resolution? What is stopping me from seeing the bottom of it? What is angle of resolution?
Well, it's like the opposite of like you look at a tree from a distance, right? You'll be able to see the top of the tree from a distance.
But you would also be able to see the bottom if it was flat. You would be able to see all of it.
No, I disagree with you. I think what I've seen from my own experiment over level or flat bodies is that the lower I am, the less
for something
of it
on the
I can
Mediterranean.
See. Yeah, okay.
But does that not suppose then that the Mediterranean is flat in your experiment?
No, it's observably so I've flown over the Mediterranean a number of times, and I've often looked down and seen ships into the distance, like 50 miles away, even further. And for me, on a calm day, it just looked like lots of tiny little ships.
But you're up, right? So you're looking down on them.
That's right. So my angle of resolution is phenomenal at that point in time. But if I went back onto the beach and phoned my friend who was on the beach and said, "How many ships can you see?" He'd go, "Oh, I can only see 1 or 2 ships." I'm like, "No, but there's 100 ships that I can see." Why? Because my angle of resolution is much greater. So that's why a mountaintop you'll see from the distance, but the closer you get to it, you'll start to see into the lower part of the mountain. So without wanting to get too far into the weeds on that, I would say to you that not only is it angle of resolution, but it's also perspective. You see, because you understand that perspective, the ship is getting smaller and smaller as it sails off into the distance. So the combination of these two factors is easy to trick us. So this is why we've taken powerful cameras onto the beach and gone, let's wait for that ship to go away and then zoom in on it with a powerful camera, and the whole of the ship comes back in. So there is this angle of resolution factor that they don't like to talk about in the mainstream when they're trying to debunk the flat earth theory. Now, no matter what I think, good science requires a measurement. We can hypothesize all day long, but until we measure this curvature over water, as far as I can tell, water is level.
I'm just intrigued as to what it is you're measuring when you're talking about this angle of resolution. If you're trying to determine what angle of resolution is, what is the measurement you're making? And I'm sorry, I've got to go. But it's been a pleasure talking with you, and I thank you for your time. And
let me just tell you before you go, is that for me, the reason why we've been misled by religion and science is to diminish you and your connection to Creator.
Always got to be open to everything, haven't you?
Because I think that we are the center of creation. Like each of us is that, but they want us to think that we are evolved monkeys and we're lucky to be here and grateful and thanks for the government.
Well, I'm a Quaker. I think there's that of God in everyone, but I also think that evolution is a thing. But it's everybody's sort of experience.
How can you be a Quaker and believe in evolution? That's like saying God threw a grenade into a scrapyard and out came a Ferrari.
Well, that's not the same. That's not the same. Evolution is a complex process.
Did you know that Big Bang is a Catholic concept?
It's not, but...
Do you know who came up with the Big Bang?
I believe it was a phrase that was come up with by a couple of astrophysicists who were trying to understand and coin a usable phrase. I don't believe they were Catholics, but
Google this yourself.
I'm sure some scientists are Catholics.
The guy's name is George Lemaitre, and he's a Catholic priest. Just so you know, Mr. Quaker.
But I think people's religions don't necessarily affect their professions. But anyway, it's been a pleasure.
God created us, brother.
Thank you very much.
Evolution.
Have a good day.
All the best, man. Hey guys, I know this might be hard to read.
No, I understand all of it perfectly.
It's quite a good font size. What font is it?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't make this.
Oh, I'm not a big fan of Comic Sans myself.
Yeah, I didn't make this. A friend of mine, he made this.
Oh,
There's a few spelling errors, but he has dyslexia, so I don't hold it against him.
Yeah,
not just the spelling.
When I make PowerPoint, it's like because it doesn't autocorrect, so I get you. How much did the tarp cost you?
You don't want to. It's hurting you, isn't it? You don't want to face the fact that water's level. We've been lied to. You belong to a cult called Gravity and NASA.
No,
and that's why. You want to focus on the.
My friend, I'm
what
saying.
What do you call it? The gaslighting. This is gaslighting or straw manning me because you don't want to face the fact that we cannot
That's
put
the temperature
our.
of the sun, by the way.
The surface of the sun is I think 2 to 5,000.
2 to 5,000, but the core is some millions, they say, right?
That is true.
Is that true?
Quite hot.
How do you know that's true?
Well.
And the thermosphere is meant to be so hot that nothing that we make here should be able to survive in the thermosphere. It should melt.
So how do you think they get them up there then?
There is no thing up there. Go and Google, you've got smartphones, go and Google satellites in space, and all you get is CGI. And you're clever enough to know what Comic Sans is, you'll know that these are pictures, they're not photographs. NASA admit that there's no photograph of...
Where?
Where what?
Where did they admit that? Do you have a source? Do you have proof?
Well, I'm offering you this information. I'm only opening a door. If you want to walk through it, it's up to you. But I'm offering you to go and look at satellites in space. See if you can find a single photo. They're all Comics Sans.
Is there really a hand that points to the Earth?
Is there?
So, because there's like a hand here. Is this what NASA tells us? Oh my lord! Sorry, I'm confused by the diagram.
Okay. All right. Well, let's not worry about that. But notice that the Earth is moving in 4 vectors.
But it's there. Why should we not worry about it then?
The Earth is moving in 4 vectors.
What are they?
The 4 vectors? Well, firstly, we're spinning, once a day. That's 1,000 miles an hour. Then we're going around the sun, once a year. That's 500,000 miles a day.
It's called heliocentrism.
Which is a belief system.
No, I don't believe that.
And the sun, we're geocentric. When the sun is traveling through the solar system, and the solar system is traveling through.
So is the moon flat?
The moon is a.
Yeah, that we did actually.
Okay, we moved. So you wanted to skip over that? There's 4. You asked me to describe. There's 4 vectors, and the Milky Way is moving through the universe at also astronomical speeds. And despite all of these 4 movements, we see the same star constellations for thousands of years. Now, in any Big Bang situation, you would have a parallaxing occurring. You would not be able to find the same constellations for even one day, let alone for 1 year. And here's another interesting thing: is that we see pretty much the same stars, seasonal variation aside. We see the same stars day after night after night after night, and yet in 180 days, our nighttime should be 180 degrees facing in a different part of space, because we should have the sun in between of us if we've gone around that. But what was your question?
What shape
What?
is the
Yeah, what
sun
shape's
in
the
lake?
moon?
Like,
All right. Well, when I observe the moon, I see a round disc. Yeah, that's what I see.
What
Is
about
it a
when
sphere?
it's like hit like half the moon and like present in it?
What causes the half moon?
Yeah.
Yeah, you tell me.
No, we're asking you.
No,
we
I'm-
want, we,
what- what's
we want
your-
to know from you.
what's your answer, though?
Since you're the expert in this, we want to know from you.
Okay. Well, I'm saying that what we're taught is that it's the Earth is creating.
I know what
a
we're taught. I
shadow.
got taught it. I'd like to know your opinion.
Okay.
Yeah. What's the like what's the proper term? Flat Earth like model of the moon?
Well, I mean, there is no consensus about what the moon might be. However,
There we go. So why
mainstream
why
science-
do you think it applies to Earth then in that case?
What?
Since you can't prove it for the moon, how can you prove it for the Earth?
Prove what?
That it's flat.
A sphere, or because there is this assumption that it's a sphere because we landed on it and it's a rock and it floats in space, even though nothing heavy should float, it should always fall to the ground.
What ground is there in space, man?
No, this is the only ground that there is, man.
Oh, but you have
This
to
is the
calm
only
down.
ground. You do need to calm down. If you're getting triggered, then I'll move on. I know this is upsetting for you, but let me
It's
tell you
not
what we
upsetting, I'm
observe
perfectly
is that
fine.
we see the half moon and we're told that that's the Earth throwing a shadow onto the moon. But the problem with that theory is that we see the moon and the sun in the sky for about 3 weeks of the month. Now, you may not have observed that yourself, but when in 2015 I came across this information, I started making moon observations. And it's true that for 3 weeks of the month, you can see the sky, the moon and the sun in the sky at the same time. But what we've never seen is in the 24-hour window between the old moon and the new moon, we've never seen a silhouetting, i.e. if it was a rock, we should be able to observe that silhouette as it travels sort of towards and in front of the sun.
Is that the diagram better?
I got some more. Yes, you got something to say, young man?
Yeah, I do. Doesn't matter what shape the Earth is, really.
Doesn't it?
Nah.
You don't mind being lied to then?
Nah, not really.
Okay.
'Cause,
Yeah,
I
we
mean-
don't have much to say.
I mean, the Earth.
Yeah, so programmed. My chat room says this guy's so programmed, but they probably weren't speaking to you. Putting nappies on the kids' faces. Yeah, it's not. I'm really. It's like people don't want to make excuses. It's called these kids are struggling with it as well. You boys have been programmed since young. I don't blame you for finding it difficult to accept. But you've all been brainwashed.
No, I'm not.
You're not brainwashed?
Huh?
Okay.
No, I'm not
Well, I'm saying that we are. You can disagree with me if you want to.
I am.
But I think that we've been brainwashed. I know we've been brainwashed to believe a whole lot of nonsense, which means God.
Where's the proof?
Of what?
Of the Earth being flat.
Water and curvature.
Yeah, but
What's the formula for curvature, son?
I have no clue. I don't listen to
Yeah,
school.
so you don't know the model that you're defending. What's the circumference of the Earth?
Why are you asking a 15-year-old these questions?
Because you've just come through the indoctrination center. You should know how big this globe is, given that you
Well,
believe in it.
I mean, you don't have to know the size of it and believe it.
Really?
Yeah, really.
So you sell some girl that it's massive. She's going to say, "Let's show me," right? Right?
That makes no sense.
Yeah, you're going to have to show her before she believes you.
Yeah, just get a picture from bloody NASA, innit? They got big spaceships that fly upwards to the moon, land on the moon. They get the big camera, they take the picture, then you get a photo of the Earth. You know a photo?
Yeah.
Yeah, big. It's a big ball.
Okay.
Not.
So let's just say we were going to the moon, you and me, right?
Yeah.
Would we take a video camera up there and maybe try and film the Earth spinning from the moon?
Well,
Would you do
you
that?
won't be able to see it spin within a couple hours because it takes a while, doesn't it?
How much? How long?
A day for a full spin, isn't it?
All right, so that's 15 degrees per hour.
Okay.
So 2 hours would show 30 degrees of spin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you
What if
wouldn't-
I had the time to play golf up there and muck around for a few
Well,
months?
gravity would take the ball away, wouldn't it? If you get a big golf stick.
No. I just mean that if I've got the time to do that, if I've got the space and resources to take golf clubs, I've got the space and resources to take a video camera and get 30 degrees of rotation.
Whoa.
They never did that. In fact, they went 6 times, landed 6 times on the moon apparently, and didn't take a photograph until they returned in 1972 on the final mission.
That's
And that
because they didn't have
photograph
many
has been
cameras back
debunked by professionals of Photoshop. They can show. Yeah, it's hard.
What? No way.
Yep.
I'm baffled by that.
No, there's only one photo and they've debunked it. It's been debunked. So your proof is coming to you from the television.
I don't watch the television.
Then how do you know that we went to the moon?
My phone.
There you go. That's
And I work for
another
NASA.
tool of the. Did you work for NASA?
Well, you know, I work for us.
Well, you're working for them now because you're propagating their lies.
I know.
It is a form of working for them. In fact, most people do. You know, no foul. Most people do. That's buff. Yeah, man. Look at that. Eh? Now, do you think that water is going to cling to your bicep or is it going to run off?
It's going to run off, innit?
Of course it is. There's not enough gravity on that bicep to hold the water to it.
Yeah,
So-
gravity circles the world, which is a ball.
Yeah.
So then, gravity, Earth's core. You know the core?
No, I don't know. I've seen a cartoon of the core, but we've only drilled 8 miles into the earth. So
Because
how
we
did you
don't-
know there's a core?
Because we don't have enough resources to get to the
Yeah.
bottom because the drills
Yeah.
always melt, you know, because
Yeah.
it gets so hot.
Why haven't we been back to the moon in 50 years?
Ask NASA, not me.
You know why? I did ask NASA, and they said that we've lost the technology, and it's a difficult process to build it back up
But
again.
How
And-
do you know
and
they're lying?
How do they know that? Oh, so they might be lying.
Well, yeah, to
You're
you.
accepting that
because-
they might be
right.
lying.
Yeah, 'cause
Okay.
to you.
Okay. Well, there's your phone will tell you the same thing. You can go and look at a guy called Don Petty.
No, I'm
he's a NASA astronaut. I know you may not want to face it, but he's a NASA astronaut. And funny enough, on my channel just the other day, I did a piece on how the Daily Mail was saying that that Americans think that China are trying to get to the moon so they can steal the resources that are on the moon.
Nah, Gru's already done that in Despicable Me.
Who?
Gru. You know Gru? Minions?
What?
Despicable Me.
No,
He tried to
no,
steal
I
the moon,
don't.
didn't he?
No, I don't. You see, that's the Disney's thing. That's also. Did you know that Disney? Well,
It's actually
Disney,
Pixar.
Yeah. Well, Disney is
joking.
Pixar, right?
Disney.
Disney and a guy called Walt Disney and a guy called JPL, Jack Parsons. He started NASA, right? They were good friends, and the third friend that they had was a guy called the Scientology guy, L. Ron Hubbard. The three of these guys were good buddies, and they were all students of Anton LaVey, the Church of Satan. So let me tell you, you are in the club, the Church of Satan.
Well,
they've been perpetuating this lie on humanity, and they use Disney as a way of preparing children for this idea that we can go to Mars and we can do all of these crazy things.
we will go to Mars one day. I believe in that.
Yeah, well, when I was a kid, I believed the same. We would go back to the moon. Remember, I'm 55, so when I was born, they just already landed on the moon, and we still haven't been back apparently.
I
since
mean,
then.
well, technology has advanced since then. so
Except
they-
for moon travel, eh? Space travel. We like NASA admit that in the 50 years since we went to space to the moon, we haven't been out of low Earth orbit. That's 200 miles up, but they went 250,000 miles back in 1950, 1960. How is that possible if your assertion, and I agree, technology does go forward, but not space travel. We've gone backwards because they want to retard the human story. And, you know, I know you don't want to hear what I'm saying, but I just think that because me, I was an atheist 8 years ago, and now I know that God is in you, that you are the spark of God, and that God intended for you to be here as you are, perfect, not wait for monkeys to evolve into apes and people. That's all bullshit designed to minimize your connection to source, whatever source is, whatever God is. That's my final thing for you, my friend. Good luck. Yeah, God is. Well, yeah, cartoons are good fun, but they're not real, eh? Because God is in each of us. God is in each of us. Guys, you're still there. Thanks. 56 likes. I appreciate that. Smash the thumbs up. So you see, this is what we get on the thing. If we're being triggered by these conversations, can we look at what is coming up for us? Anyway, Andrea is still offering a few. She's got a couple of slots left on her 1 hour free trauma kind of work sessions, you know, where she can help us work through some of our early trauma, because at the end of the day, no matter what you believe, we have been traumatized, and getting through the trauma does not happen just by simply realizing that you've been lied to about the globe. I think there's a lot to the trauma that we all need to work for as part of our own personal growth and development. So you can contact me on trinityforman@gmail.com to get involved in some of that. Work with Andrea. I'm starting to offer mentoring to people in the way that I can help people.
work through some of this shit. But if you think that it's all about, it's got to be all about the flat Earth, no, I agree with that other Glover who said, flat Earth is a distraction. Well, yes, in a way it can be a distraction because we end up squabbling over various things and joining camps about whose model or whose version or who's this or who's that. I'm going to start unpacking this bad boy here. I've actually had a good time. Obviously, I upset the locals quite a bit, and as I say, they may not forget the day that Flat Earth came to town. Some more last-minute readers. I haven't given out as many of the electromagnetic flyers today as I did in Glastonbury the other day. I've had one or two. Hi, how you doing? Good.
Yeah, good, thanks.
Good.
Yeah, I'm.
I know. I can tell when people approach me.
They've got like a softness in their face.
Yeah. Rather than a what, you idiot.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. So I was just curious because when it all blew up on the on YouTube, it was like 2017,
15, 16.
Yeah, and then it all started getting taken off again, wasn't it?
2018, where they started to shut us down.
Yeah, and then you couldn't find anything on there. So, where's the where do you think the conversation is at in the public realm at the moment, as far as like people like you who are trying to
well, I've been doing now 5 years I've been doing the street activism, and I was in Glastonbury the other day and I was like, wow, this is one of the best days I've had of people shaking my hand, giving me a thumbs up and saying, yeah, I see it. That was good. Today in this town I found it quite hostile.
Quite aggressive, yeah.
People
they're like, no, go away.
So much laughing, so much sniggering, so much struggling to do that, but it's maybe because they've not heard it before.
Yeah, so it sounds too wacky.
And it's and it's crazy.
Much, yeah.
So I'm okay with that. Like, even if it's sparking for some people, 1 out of 100, 1 out of 50, will go, shit, I need to look a little deeper.
Yeah. It's like, what is this people saying this nowadays? Yeah.
Still. So I've got a flyer here, which I'll give you because you're as far as you are down the line. I think that for me, the public may never, in general, the flock may never flock this way. But individually, I think we're called to that sort of inner work about realizing who we are individually and becoming that, even if the world doesn't change necessarily around us. I think what we saw with the 2020 shutdowns and all that sort of stuff, there may be more of that to come. And if the sheep are running over the mountain or over the cliff, then that's what's going to happen. You don't have to necessarily follow it, but that's what's going to happen.
Yeah. And then do we end up in a strange quarter somewhere trying to live without digital IDs and whatever, because that's the next one, isn't it? Going to the UK. And I'm not quite sure. It feels bad, but I don't quite know why the digital ID thing fails.
Some people say like the Chinese model of facial recognition and so on means that they can track you as you walk through town. They know exactly who you are. And if you've been, say, this 15-minute city story, if you're outside of your allotted area, you may be restricted from moving or fined or these sorts of things. So this is possibly where that's going. You talk about how the AI is going to be like implanted into people are going to choose to have an AI adaptation to themselves. Maybe at the extreme end, eventually upload the consciousness into some sort of never-ending machine, so that you give up your true God essence and become part of the Borg, as it were, part of the machine. So this is where maybe in 50 years,
I like that. That's like Borg in
the Star Trek
Lord of the Rings, isn't it? Or the Hobbit. This Borg is one of the
All right. I haven't watched that closely enough, so there's this idea that we're being shepherded towards some kind of dystopian. I mean, it's really pretty dystopian already, but that's the trajectory. However, I think it's almost like a test of fire for those people who can see. It's like, okay, can you? Like I say to people, if you want to be the captain of a ship, you need to have been tested in the engine room, in the map room, at dark, stormy nights, and all these sorts of things. And I think this world is like a test to see whether you can kind of, despite the madness and the sheep and the flock all running this way, can you be the black sheep and step your own way and walk your own path? Find your own path through this. So there's a local. I'm kind of just visiting the Somerset area for a month or two.
Where do you actually live? I mean, obviously you're South African, but you're not over from South Africa. You live in the UK.
Well, I was born in Dorset actually, but my folks raised me in South Africa. I did national service there. Did 3 months on the front line of the Angolan War in 1987. And then I wrote a book about it 10 years ago, and And through writing the book, I got given information that really messed up with my world, because I was in battle, but I found out that these battles were being staged, like they were being choreographed. So I started looking at more things, and I realized that, my whole world, I used to be a civil servant in Westminster, I worked for government, and then when I found out all this stuff, I was like, I can never do this again. So I stopped that, I became a gardener and a woodworker, and then I lost my home.
Completely try and get out of the system.
I lost my home, and so my family and I have been on the road for 3.5 years, just kind of making our way every way that we can.
So how do you live? Are you living off-grid?
Hand to mouth, really. I mean, we've been 6 months. We were 6 months in Portugal. This time last year, I was living in a small cabin, no bigger than a double-sized bed near Cape Town, in a forest. You know.
Yeah.
Just lost my YouTube channel at that point because I'd been talking about the Novid 28, 18. Can't say the keywords we were like trying to find our way. We've come back to the UK, and we're just at the moment just taking one day at a time, just trying to find our way. So at the moment I'm just staying with a friend, doing some house sitting for them while they're away, and then in a few weeks time we'll be moving on. But so for now, that's what I'm doing while I'm trying to work out how to. And I was just saying to the guys watching in this thing, I try and offer people like mentoring to try and work them through this, because it's insane once you realize how much we've been damaged.
How deep the rabbit hole goes.
It's like how much have I been traumatized, so that even if you know this gateway truth of the flat earth, what else do you need to be working on for yourself, so that you don't get lost up in the miasma of bullshit that's going on around us. So that's what I'm doing at the moment, is just trying to inform people. Now, but what I wanted to share with you is that because I've been here, I met someone the other day who's part of like a local more based over in Shepton, Mallet. And they get together like once a month or whatever, just people who are what you call super alert, aware of what's going on. And they build themselves up a little community of people who kind of know who to go to if this happens, or who, like minds come together. And I think a guy like you could probably do well at least networking with those folks.
Just to know the aware sort of thing.
There's people there if you want to go along to their monthly kind of hangout and share ideas and talk about what's coming, because there's more draconianism coming down the pipeline,
Most likely.
So if you can become more self-reliant, the idea is to become self-reliant as much as you can do, and have a network of people that if all the shit hits the fan, you know that there's people that you can talk to who know what's what
you're talking about, and we're expecting it as well, kind of thing. Maybe.
Well, I told my wife back in 2016, before all of my stuff fell apart, I said to her, it was Valentine's Day 2016, I said, listen, honey, I know I'm so deep into this, and I'd already been a year into the flat earth and so many other things. I said, there is something big coming. That can be the only thing that's left now, is that there's something massive, centrally controlled, coming our way. And what happened in 2020, I believe, was like a warm-up for the bigger event that's still
It certainly feels like that was a huge shift, wasn't it? Which, like, the world doesn't feel the same as it was, does it? Pre then, it's like the shift, isn't it? And we're still very living day to day in new bombardments, isn't it?
And we were kind of showing that we'll quickly be sold out by the corporations. How many? All of a sudden, the guy at my local supermarket where I was living at the time, who used to be the veg packer, he was now standing at the door telling me I couldn't come get my groceries because I wasn't going to put the napkin on. The face napkin. How does that change? So and I used to wonder to myself as a child, how did they get the Nazis to turn on the Jews, for example? How did they do that? And I said, like regular grocers, regular people, isn't it? And I said the same thing to the airline stewardesses on Virgin Air when we flew back from South Africa. I did that to them. I said, why are you guys forcing me to do this? Because this is what they did to the Nazis. This is the Germans, right? Virgin Atlantic have barred me for life. Just because I wasn't willing to play ball with them. And so this is how the corporations could, in time, with the facial recognition, say, and the credit card, because there's a thing called Gavi, and in South Africa it's called MasterPass now, not MasterCard. MasterPass, you'd be like, I'm sorry, your records are not up to date. Your shopping will not be transacted.
So they basically can keep shutting you down.
Exactly, but if you know 5 farmers locally where you can go and get your meat, your milk, your veggies and stuff like that, you are not reliant on Gavi. You're not reliant on and they're going cashless as much as they can. So you won't be a case of being able to pull a tenner out your pocket anymore. It'll be like, well, you need plastic, otherwise we're not selling you anything.
And then once you're plastic, you're even more at the
under control because they're adding. They already mooted it with the last one. They were going to put medical records on. Permission to fly, have you got your paperwork up to date, all of this nasty Nazi type kind of stuff. It's coming our way. And there's a Dominic, someone or other, was a parliamentarian who was ejected from the Conservative Party because he was trying to talk out about what's going on.
That was about, was that just before Christmas?
I
watched the interview with that the other day. He's actually a very interesting guy. He's very credible once you get to know his backstory. He's like, wow, okay.
But he will be maligned as a conspiracist and a this and a that and so on because he's talking out of shop, right? And I heard a doctor talk about it the other day. He has his own little political party now as well, and he said, what we saw was that there was like a whip on us. We could not speak about certain things. Do not mention this. Now, when I worked for the government, I used to be in process management and that kind of thing. And as soon as it happened in 2020, I went and pulled off the government's data on deaths in this country. And it didn't take me long to realize that the scamdemic was not borne out by the data, that the only spike in the deaths was in the 80 plus. And those were the people that were forced out of hospital, weren't given treatments, were frightened out of being around their grandchildren, all this kind of stuff that I think would have pushed a few of them. Fear can kill you. Would have pushed a few of them over the edge a little bit more quickly.
And I think a few of them were dispatches, weren't they, with the meds that they were given. I can't remember what the name of it was, but there was a particular med that they were given that actually started to cause them. It causes
breathing
problems and stuff. So that was what was causing it to choke, and that's why they had to put them on ventilators to make it look like COVID's given them this. And I think that came down from Fauci. It was he that said you need this particular this medicine for them. So it just goes on and on, doesn't it?
And they were fiddling the numbers. It was like doctors were being incentivized to put it down as a CV death rather than And so why would you need to do that? Because surely the last thing you'd want to do is to lock your economy down. It would be the very listen. Make sure that we're up by 2% or something. I need to be losing 5% of my business. If I had 10,000 people in my company and I had that, and I was losing 1 or 2 from unusual death, I'd be like, business as usual. I'm not shutting it down, but that's what it was. It was 1 in 10,000 or something. Had gone, and now they're going to lock the entirety of the economy down and stop people. I mean, there are horrible stories about I could never be with my loved one as he passed on because they wouldn't let me near him. Insanity. And we, all of us. That's why I walk into the supermarket now and I'm like, you guys did that to us. We did that to each other. Is that we stopped each other from doing these things, and so how easily they could turn the key again and say, oh, there's something else. We're going to have to do this. So if you want to, my email address is on that website link. If you send me a message, I will put you in touch with the people that I've met here, who I think, if you're a local, would be a really nice resource.
I'm up in Gloucestershire, mid Gloucestershire. So it's only like an hour and a half away. So,
well done for coming.
But if the shit is the fan, you'd go, wouldn't you? But I'm here because my wife and daughter are one of the stallholders.
Well, just tell them I apologise for any noise and upset that I might have caused.
What's your name, by the way?
Dave.
Dave. Okay. So what's your surname?
Manel.
Dave Manel. I'm just wondering because you would have been on YouTube, wouldn't you? I guess with Skeebers and all these kind of people.
Oh, Rod Skeeber.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I know Mark Sargent.
Did you go to all the conferences and stuff?
I never got out to America, but Mark was over here, and we've had our own Flat Earth conferences here in 2017, 18, and we come across Martin Leaker.
No,
Mike Flood. He's probably in my chat room right now, and Brian Stavely. There's a couple of big names that still follow my work. I've met a few of the names in the thing because back in 2017, 18, like it was quite a small pool of us. And so it was easy to kind of get to meet some of these people. It's gotten a little bit more rarefied now.
But
good luck.
And good luck for you. It's amazing that you're going at it. You know?
Yeah, well,
power to you, and I hope your life situation, living, all that stuff works out.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay.
Good luck,
Take
brother.
care.
Give us a-
See you.
We are the creative source, what we are. Good luck, man. Ah, well, there you go. You see that? These guys will be struggling at this age, I know. Yeah. Sorry to hear that, what I'm dealt with. Thank you. Jay. Joy. Sorry, my eyesight is a little bit... Thanks, Jessica. I'm gonna pack this bad boy up, and look, the whole of the market is all the people that were complaining about my shouting. They've all gone home already. Well, I'm still here. You know what I mean? Like, where's their commitment to their cause, eh? You know, it's been fun, and I do appreciate you for being here very much, and I thank you for the thumbs up. I don't know if that helps algorithm at all, but. I'll probably need to end the stream before I wrap these up, just because you guys don't want to see me doing all of this behind the scenes stuff. It gets a little bit thing. I hope the chat rooms had fun. I'll talk to Andrea about it when I get home. Well, actually, Andrea's going to come pick me up, hopefully. Buy me a coffee. Yes, thanks, hippie. Buy me a coffee and cheer this, man. It's kind of, there's been some really interesting conversations. Even I mean, there's so much sugar in it. It's been a while since I got so much you know, like so many people struggling with this. I haven't drunk much water, as you can see, or eaten any food. But you know, when you're in the sort of thick of it, there's no appetite. So. They didn't. Whoever runs this place never came in. This is, by the way, is like a sheltered accommodation thing. You know what I mean? And I'm on their fence here, so it's not like I'm bothering anyone at all. People do not like it. Of course, I was a little loud. And rest in peace, Rob Skiba. I didn't say that when his name came up. Weird, man. I was just thinking about Rob Skiba yesterday, and my good friend Mac. You know, what happened to them, man? I don't really understand. You know, was it toxicity? Were they carrying? I mean, I know that Mac was, you know, carrying a lot of. So can I say anger? You know, I love the guy, and we had some conversations over the time back then. And of course, Rob Skiba was like, for me, when I first got into flat Earth, he was still struggling with the concept himself. But I was at that point really looking at biblical stuff, you know. And Rob Skiba, I learned a lot from him. He's a great teacher. But you know, he was one of the early casualties in the Nova story, and apparently he was put on the bench. And that was great. And I don't understand that. But Mac was a great support. I never spoke to Rob Skiba. When he came to Flat Earth, he already had a big following of believers in the faith. So, you know, it wasn't that where it's like with Mac. He was, you know, a small guy like me, just trying to make a voice, make a noise, and he did a great job. I mean, the Canadians really had an advantage having him on their team, and he was, you know, with an over, he really got out there and got in people's faces. So, I'm still on the live. 1 second. Please. I'm going to. Some of these security staff were looking at me like angry the other day, and today. I kind of understand that, you know. I've been in that same position myself, you know. You know, as I said earlier, I went to war tonight, so you know, do what you do.
just got to. I'm just gonna quickly do this. 1 sec. I'm not going anywhere. Like I said, it's been a long time since I had so many folks visiting the chat, and I appreciate very much you having been sharing this out, because obviously I'm a shadow banned account, and the shadow banned accounts don't get a lot of traction, and well, activism's not for everyone. I know that. Some people think I shouldn't. I mean, even flat earthers have said to me, "Don't. What are you doing?" You know. But you see that man I spoke to just now? Where's my water bottle leaking? You know what? If your water bottle leaks, the water will run downhill. What's that? Yeah, my water bottle's leaking. See that young lady? Not young lady, just a schoolgirl really. Earlier on with the Scottish lady. If you're new to the thread, here's some of the chalking that caught people's attention. That really, you could go out at night, even if you don't want to do what I've just done. You could go out at night and put a little bit of chalk down. No harm, no foul. It's not. Some people call it, oh, you're vandalism, you're a vandal, blah, blah, blah. But it's not really. And the rain will wash it away. Except, and I'll show you guys, because a lot of you might have joined since the last hour. But I came here a month ago and did a session on activism up here. And I wrote on this wall because I was by this bank, because it was a Sunday. And I wrote on this wall, and I would absolutely be astounded to find that it's still there. Check that out. Check that out. Isn't that fantastic? Anyway, this is the extent of the market. So yeah, I think that if I come back to this town in future, they will remember me. They'll remember me, a little shake of the head there from security dude. Flat Earth got an awakening here in this town today, and I think that I did a good job of that. Look at these. This is all the way down there. Look at that. If you walk into this place here, you have to walk downstairs to get in. People think that the mud flood is a hoax, and that just millions and millions and millions of buildings were dug into the ground because they wanted to save sky, when in fact I've been into buildings where there's 2 and 3 stories into the ground. Oh, and by the way, I'm going to be in Bournemouth next Sunday. Thursday is my birthday. If you want to send me birthday wishes, my Earth Day. This is a very steep hill I'm about to approach, so forgive the breathing. Thursday's my birthday. 55, and then on Sunday, weather permitting, I'm going to be in Bournemouth. So if you happen to be in that area or know people that are in that part of the country, then please let them know that they can join me for some activism. It's one of the best parts about this is when you meet fellow folks who have seen through the lies. That is one of the best parts of this activism. So one of the cool things about is as if we can do it together, because the energy is great when they're high. When there's more than one, 2 or 3, 2 or more. Yeah. Anyway, I'm grateful for all the support from you folks.
who've been with me for the last few hours, and supported my work in some way or another. There is, yeah. Did you see the astrophysicist ask me, "Is this what you do for a living?" I can't imagine what she was going to say next. But check out that cool candle. God is great.
Why do you have to walk up hills?
Oh, that doesn't mean that the mountains are flat, mate. It's the water that's flat. You
know what I believe? We're in a petri dish.
What?
We're in a petri dish.
A petri dish? Yeah, that's kind of what we think.
We're also product. We all die.
Oh, you're an eternal being.
No, we'll die.
Body may die, but your soul goes on.
Yeah, we will die.
Yeah. You walk around.
All this stuff, it's not very expensive, and then all of a sudden, how much is your painting?
Yeah, it's you see, I made a bit of a face for myself here in town, eh? Oh, you the flat earther? No, it doesn't matter that guy doesn't, but he's going to talk to his pals about it, you know? And one of his pals is going to go, shit, maybe I've got to look beyond the curve there, see if there's anything I can find. And I'll tell you what, if he's got that eyes to see, that he'll realize the Emperor is stark bollock naked. Did you hear me shout that in town? I didn't say bollock, just because it's a bit rude. But look here, quick detour. And this house has clearly got a floor. This has been altered. Floor beneath my feet. You know, and then there. I came this way the other day, so you might have seen that. But there's a floor beneath our feet. Yeah, you know. Yeah, it's pretty here. But you know, this is. Was this a door before? Look at the size of this door. Why make them so big? This is all poured concrete, by the way. This is some kind of poured concrete fachadery. It's still massive door. Makes no sense. And of course, the original, I expect. Let's see if I can find out. I don't think this door will open. No. Let's see here. Knock, knock. Hi, sorry to bother you. Quick question.
No.
Is there a basement below?
No.
What, no?
No, there isn't.
There's no basement here?
No. Goodbye.
You don't want to talk to me?
No, you've got camera face. It's a
Alright.
order. Please go away.
Alright, bye-bye. I think they recognize me from the thing. I think there's a basement down here, but they didn't want to talk to me. See how friendly they become? Hello. Can I ask you, sorry to interrupt, did you have a basement below here?
No, we don't have
There's
any
no basement?
here.
Oh, okay. That's a surprise. Like a downstairs, there's no downstairs.
I think this is the first.
First floor?
Yeah, this is the first floor.
Okay.
No. Unless you walk all the way down there, you can just go down to.
There's some basements in those buildings below.
What are you exactly looking for?
No, I'm not looking for anything. Just I'm like an architecture student, so I think that these buildings used to have basements, like that one over there. You see that one over there? See, they've got a basement there. They're like a downstairs below the street.
But if you go to the store and maybe you can find it downstairs.
Oh, okay, in the store you can get downstairs.
I think that's how they work.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, thanks for your help.
That's right.
Have a lovely day.
You too.
So, sorry man, you look here. See that? That's 8 foot down, maybe 10, maybe more. Same there, look. You've got to walk downstairs to get in here. Again, why? Got a feeling this town won't be welcoming me back anytime soon. As you can see down there, there's a window. I mean, what the hell? Why would you do that? Water must piss in there. So this is what they do, is they just put a piece of glass to cover the basement. So, same here. Same here. Now, why would they need to do that? It makes no sense. Look down here. Can you see that? In there, it's 5 foot down to whatever's below that. Yeah. Same with these. See this? You say, oh no, these won't have basements. Well, look here. You're straight in there and downstairs to the basement. So all of this, I expect these will have basements, and this brickwork here, this stonework here, is designed to close that all in. See what kind of a town they got here? Because they've got all of this political. Can you read that? A COVID test couriered straight from HQ, so my child didn't wait like the rest of you. Of course, I refuse to show some contrition. Rules don't apply when you're in my position. Boris and the current actor. Yeah. Well, this has been fun. I've got a little bit further to walk. And then hopefully my wife will have driven the given to us by my good friend Simon. I tell you what, I don't feel super comfortable about it, but I think I'm one of the best known faces in this town. Oh my gosh, did I create a noise in town today. Oh! Now I don't know if this, once I cut the stream, whether it will, whether you'll be able to hear the jamming, whether you'll be able to carry on watching this, or whatever seems to disappear from my feed for a while. But I hope you've enjoyed it. Go back over the last few hours, it's been really interesting, really exciting. I've enjoyed it. Let me just say a few goodbyes. Squirrel. We need an advancing entertained crew to get Dave on his toes, and even then he's going to regret. Read my book, Battle on the Longa, 1987. We were fearless back then. We did stuff. There's the other half, a third of the Trinities, I should say. Over there, so all good. Smashed it, thanks brother. And I'll see you in the not too distant future. There's another strangeness, isn't it? Hello!
Hello.
So there you go. Guys, thanks very much for your support today. Really much appreciated. And we'll be in touch. See you soon.